Hello, guys. Welcome back. Look, I started in advance because I forgot that today there is even the Orient episode 3, episode 4, yes, of Orient. So it's better for me to start in advance all these, also because later I have to go to work and then I have to come back and then I have to make another live streaming. So it's better if I start right now. Um, anyway, I'm ready to tell you all of my thoughts regarding episode 78 of the final season, part 2 of Shingeki no Kyojin. Plus, later I'm going to rewatch the episode together with you. An incredible episode. Before starting, I wanted to say thank you so much for the support. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for all the new subscribers joining me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you see that I look down, is because I have a lot of notes, 9 papers. So be patient, but it will last quite long, I guess. If you see a light here appearing, is the sun that is rising. So it's not that I have a light in front of me, but it's just the beautiful sun rising. We are in Japan, actually. Yes, it's 7 a.m. in the morning. I told you that I would have started at 7:30, but here I am. It's better if I start early than before, than usual. Okay, let me start with the analysis, guys. I just wanted to remind you that later, 4 p.m. Japanese hour, I will be here analyzing the extended version of Akuma no Ko. So the ending number 7 of Shingeki no Kyojin, you know that the extended version came out. So I'm going to analyze both of the lyrics later together with the scenes involved. Okay, anyway, let's start with the analysis of this incredible episode. Okay, I will follow scene after scene so you understand what I mean, and I will analyze in details what I think that in this episode happened. Let me start first by saying that at the beginning, you see these, you hear these. Music that once again I wanted to praise the music of this episode because once again I think that the music perfectly matches with what's happening. So I think Mappa this time, okay, in part one, Mappa was criticized not just because of the CGI, but they were criticized also for the choice of music. In this part two, I have to say that it's definitely better. The choice of music was definitely the best choice, and especially at the beginning of this episode and even throughout this episode you can use music to feel all the scenes that we watched. So I think that was the perfect choice. Okay, let me. I interrupt myself for just a few seconds. I'm just closing the curtain because the sun is pointing here and I can't see what I'm watching. That means the notes and the screen. Just a second. Okay. Now I feel better. Okay, here I am. Anyway, then we start this episode always with violence, with something really cruel, because you see that, of course, Galliard once again coming from the backside, I mean, behind Eren, as always, but later I'm going to talk about Porco in a different way, don't worry. I'm not so bad as a bad woman that doesn't recognize Porco's sensitivity. No, later I'm going to talk to you about this. But anyway, in this case, in this first scene of the episode, Porco is attacking Eren from behind, as always. And what surprised me, even in this part two, even in this episode especially, is the ferocious tendency that Eren has to punch him. this violence that is pretty clear, evident, and the way in which he is responding to Galliard, because every time Galliard was attacking Eren throughout part one and even part two, but the way in which Eren this time is punching him is even more violent than the other times, as if he wanted to say, "Oh, look, I'm so tired of you right now that now I'm going to punch you and end you." And it was really clear this feeling that you feel in that moment. So buonasera, ciao Colino, ciao. Later I'm going to answer to all of your questions if you have. But anyway, I think, yeah, I think Eren this time wanted to punch him more than ever, as much as what happened with Reiner. So I think that this violence is not just what you saw so far, but we have to remember the way in which Titans are fighting. And I think, I still believe that the Shingeki no Kyojin is the Titan that can be the most violent one. I can detect these from the punches, from the way in which he's counterattacking Reiner when he tries to stop him. I mean, all these things that make you understand that the Shingeki no Kyojin, okay, I opened just a little bracket, okay? But the Shingeki no Kyojin reminds me Kurama. I mean, it reminds me, hello, Stefan, it reminds me Kurama because of all, this is just my opinion, but of all the Jinchuriki in Naruto, Kurama was always the strongest. And even in this case, in Shingeki no Kyojin, I think that the Shingeki no Kyojin, I don't want to say that he is the strongest one, but he has this strength that is totally different instead of the other ones. And yeah, you can really feel it. Then the scenes, the attacking scenes, are repeating in the first minutes. But what surprised me was Yelena posture. I mean, you know that Yelena, even in the previous episode, she was, I mean, she was accepting, she was having this pose in which, I mean, as if she was accepting chaos, as if she was accepting this condition of satisfaction that, as I was telling you in the previous thoughts, you can find them on the channel. Yelena in that moment was like as if she was definitely saying, "Hello, chaos. I'm here and I'm surrounding by it, but I'm so satisfied because this is the project I was waiting for." But in this case, while Yelena saw Zik falling down, first of all, her face was as if she couldn't even imagine that something like this was about to happen. And once again, I open another bracket. Look, Yelena, Zeke, no matter the fact that he is the Beast Titan, but Zeke is a human being. So the fact that you idolize him, you worship him, is wrong, because no matter if he's strong or not, there is always the risk that he can lose because he is not God. So the fact that she was looking at him like this, as if she was surprised because she has never thought that this could have happened, makes me laugh a little bit. You know that I don't like Yelena for all these reasons, but I liked the way in which chaos, destruction, war, but also that scene was like at the end of time, and it was well portrayed. I don't know in the manga how is portrayed in this particular scene, but I think that the anime differs from the manga for a specific reason, because of colors. I think colors can be really helpful in these sort of scenes, because you see that these tones of colors are representing hell. As I was telling you during the reaction, I was saying, "Welcome to hell." Um, and I think that these explosions, these colors, these contrast between the red and black and gray, these steam, these explosions connected with the fire, they are definitely making you feel as if you are in hell. So when Yelena is closing her eyes and she's yeah, during the reaction I was telling you that she was meditating. No, but I was joking in that case. But mm, she's closing her eyes, maybe because she is still trusting that Zeke and Eren can meet, or she is closing her eyes because she can't accept the truth. That means that Zeke, no matter how much you worshiping him, he is not a god. So that closure of eyes can mean many things. But let me be honest, I think that Yelena is, no matter if I like her or not, but she is a great representation of one of the problems of the world building of Shingeki no Kyojin. And that's why I like her, even if I don't like her personally. I mean, I like the way in which Isayama is describing her, because it's also, unfortunately, thanks to characters like Yelena, that people still keep worshipping human beings, or they make them become gods on earth. And that's why many times, even in the world building of Shingeki no Kyojin, these can cause problems. So I think that, as many times that I told you this, but in a story like Shingeki no Kyojin, we really need even characters we don't like, because it's a thanks to these characters we don't like that we can appreciate the story, and we can understand what's good and what's wrong. I'm not talking about characters, I'm talking about our common sense, our moral values. So I definitely appreciate characters like Yelena, even if I don't stand them. Okay, let me be clear with this, because sometimes people are telling me, "Why do you hate Yelena so much?" Um, I like her, but I hate her. And not hate, I don't like her, because hate is too strong for a feeling. But I don't like her because she is worshipping a person, two people in this case, Eren and Zeke, and she thinks that they are gods on earth when they are not. So this is why I don't like her so much. But I appreciate how Yelena loves chaos, and her thoughts that are still so clear no matter what's going on. So the fact that she's not changing her mind, and the fact that she's pretty stubborn, makes you understand that this chaos is mm, becoming a reality, even because of characters like this, even because of stubborn characters like this. So I definitely think that she's useful here. But yeah, I like when I see that she's sitting, and in front of her there is chaos, there is hell. And yeah, that scene was pretty powerful. I felt it for real. Oh, then we reach a moment that I really liked. The moment in which Reiner is trying to transfer to Porco the memories of Marcel. Once again, I really like Reiner's character. because throughout this story, he had many ups and downs. But I think that Reiner's greatness is to be able to still feel things, no matter the size. Instead of caring just about Marley, I mean, the side of Liberio, Reiner has the great and immense heart, as I told you many times, to convey feelings even to the people of Paradise, no matter how much he is rejecting them in some moments, but in some others, he still feels something for them. And that makes you understand that Reiner's greatness is that he is able to love, to care about people, no matter if you are in Liberio or in Paradise. And this great way to convey feelings can take him to desperation, to frustration, to confusion. But yeah, even if I'm saying this because between Porco and Reiner, there was not a great relationship. Porco was always denying him and the fact that he was strong. Porco was always telling Reiner that Porco, was always the best and F the rest. No, I mean, Porco has never liked the Reiner. But later in this episode, we understand a little bit the difference. Anyway, Reiner, no matter how much he was disliked by Porco, he decided to help Porco to understand the feelings of his brother. And of course, yes, as you all said already, this title of this episode is centered. I mean, it's actually the real translation is I mean, in Japanese is ani to ototo. That means big brother and young brother. In English, it was called Two Brothers, but I prefer the Japanese title instead of the English one, because from that title, you understand that the main subject here is brotherhood. But what kind of brotherhood? The brotherhood that concerns the older brother and the younger one. So when in English they translated two brothers, I think that part of the meaning of what the Japanese title wanted to convey you is missing. Because in fact, here we have three categories, yes, as you said, of brothers. But in all cases, we are always talking about an older brother and a younger brother. The reason why this title is important is because there is always an older brother trying to protect the younger brother. We saw it with Marcel regarding Porco. We saw it with um, Colt regarding Falco, and we see it with Zik regarding Eren. So, as you see, the title in Japanese is more effective because the older brother is always making a mistake, let's say, because of this intention. And this intention is a pretty amazing because the intention is to protect the younger brother, and it makes sense. But anyway, going back to Porco and Reiner, yes, once again, Reiner, no matter how much he was disliked by Porco, he decides to do a favor to him. That means remember that if I am here, it's because of it's thanks to your older brother. And the reason why I am here And I felt so bad throughout all these years that I wanted to prove myself that I was meaning something to the world, is that Marcel decided that I should have been here because I had to protect you. So don't. Reiner is great because it's like as if he was saying, please don't go against me. Because if you go against me, Porco, it's like as if you're going against your own brother and against his own decisions. So you needed to know what's behind the reason why I am here. And by doing what he did, I think Reiner was simply great. I really liked the reason why he wanted to transfer the memories to Porco. And I like the way in which he is always putting others before him. I really like Reiner's kindness. I really like also because after all the bad things that happened to Reiner, he could have said, "Listen, you don't like me. You have always hated me. Who cares? You should die at this point, and I don't mind." No, in this case, Reiner is totally different. Reiner, no matter how much he's hated, disliked, not approved, he keeps going on somehow by showing others that it's better to care instead of not caring. It's better to give other people a chance instead of denying it to them. So, definitely, I think that if I have to choose one of the two for the moment, I choose a Reiner, of course. Um, but it was really beautiful. The moment in which Porco was realizing what happened to Marcel and the reason why Marcel decided to approve Reiner instead of him. Even if it's pretty selfish, let me tell you once again, as much as I told you in part one, this decision is quite selfish because, of course, Marcel, from Marcel's point of view, it's better that I protect my brother instead of asking him to die. This selfishness can be understood if we put ourselves in Marcel's position. If I am a Marcel and I have a younger brother, of course, even if it's wrong, but of course, I prefer to protect my brother instead of all the other people in the world. This is one of the reasons why human beings are selfish. When we love a person, we choose that person. We are selfish because we prefer that person instead of all the others. So if you see this from another perspective, what Marcel did to Reiner is totally wrong because he preferred to drag Reiner to death or to desperation, to the risk to die, and all these things instead of his younger brother. This is pure selfishness, and this is a way to curse others, right? But I think Reiner, by transmitting those memories to him, to Porco, he also realized that he did the same with the Falco. I mean, he did the same thing because Reiner too wanted to protect Gabi, and he asked the Falco to sacrifice himself in order to protect her because she was a member of his family, and of course, family comes first. Always comes first. So even I open a bracket, even when people say Eren is killing millions of people just because he wants to protect his family, oh, it's realistic because ask yourself, if they ask yourself, do you want to protect your family, or do you want to, I mean, do you want to protect your brother, your sister, your best friend, or you wanted to protect the rest of the world? The answer, if we don't want to be incoherent and hypocrite, the answer is I want to protect my family. I wanted to protect the love of my life. I want to protect my best friend. I mean, all the people that are surrounding me and that matter to me. This is selfishness, but it's realistic because it happens even in our day life, in our routine, in our everyday life. We prefer family instead of the rest of the world. We prefer our husbands, our boyfriends, instead of all the other men or women surrounding us. We prefer our best friends instead of people who don't we don't know. So this selection we do is selfishness, because in the moment we accept these people and we care more about these people, automatically we are deleting somehow all the other people because we chose. So I understand Marcel's point of view by doing what he did, because in that moment he was taking care of his younger brother. He was doing his homework as an older brother. So I don't want to condemn him by choosing Reiner. But if I have to put myself in Reiner's position, I feel miserable because I was used. I was chosen not because people believed in me, but because I had to be the person to be used in order to save others. So it's pretty miserable. I mean, I was not chosen because I matter or something for them, but because it was the last option in order to save somebody else. And these, from a writer perspective, can be really unfair because, look, they chose me because they think that I am the useless one, and I have to die or to risk to die, not because I matter, not because I can make it, but because I have to save somebody I don't know, and I have to save this person that is also disliking me. Ridiculous, right? But Reiner thinks in a different way at this point. Reiner knows, or Reiner wants to die because he is tired. So before dying, at least, even if he doesn't die in this episode, but before dying, he wants to do the best as possible to let this person survive. Because anyway, Marcel risked his life, and Marcel decided to choose Reiner because um, he wanted to protect Porco. So even in this case, Reiner prefers to go ahead with Marcel's plan. That means keep protecting Porco because you know why you were chosen. Instead of, okay, Porco, if you have to die, let's die. So I really appreciate Reiner. Definitely. I think that this character is inspirational because after all the bad things that he heard about him, after the curse he has inside his heart by being chosen because he had to he had to replace a person the other person cared, and not because he was great, not because he was chosen because he matters, not because he was chosen because he has a valuable skill to become this hero. But yeah, I really like the attitude Reiner has, and I admire him because maybe in my case I would have not been the same. So this choice to transfer the memories was simply amazing. And Porco, by realizing everything, I think from some reason he feels still angry towards Marcel because actually he is quite confident of his skills. Okay, if there is one thing I like about Porco is this. I like that he is self-confident about his skills, and he is pretty stubborn to believe that he matters more than others, in this case Ryder. But that's why I think that he still feels angry towards his older brother because he chose for him, and this is something bad. I mean, if you are a person like Porco, who doesn't underestimate himself, who is always appreciating himself instead of others, who's not underestimating himself, in front of others. If people are choosing for you, it's pretty bad because you wanted to choose for you, for yourself, right? So I think that Porco, by knowing what Marcel did, he is, of course, on one side, he is grateful because he understands this brotherhood. He understands that Marcel did what he did to protect him. But at the same time, I think that if I understood a little bit Porco, he also is against this because he preferred to choose for himself what to do with his life. So, yeah, I really like this moment because you see Porco's face that is sad because he's realizing what happened. But on the contrary, you see that facial expression as if it means, why did you choose for me? Why you wanted to act as if you are the older brother, because you are, but why did you decide my destiny? Why did you decide to push me away and choose Reiner instead? This was not your choice. That was my choice. And that's why I think that, yeah, I really liked that scene. It was pretty meaningful. It was emotional because Reiner could have chosen not to do so, and he did it instead. So I definitely like all this. Um, okay, then there is one thing. Look, I wrote some notes, and that's why I look down because there are point one, point two, point three, and point four. Eren stops Zeke when Zeke is saying, now I'm going to turn all of them into titans. And Eren is saying, Mate! Okay. Why he is saying Mate? I wrote down four options, not one, four. First of all, and this is a thing some other people say to this, but okay. Did he see Falco and Colt coming? Maybe. Maybe yes. Maybe no. It can be an option. Remember that Eren sees things from the future. So I still believe that Eren already knows that Falco is going to survive. And Eren, by looking at the future, I mean, by knowing what's happening in the future, maybe, this is just my opinion, it's not something 100%, these are just my thoughts, okay? But Eren knows even the moments of the actions. I mean, at the moments in which something has to happen because he is seeing it from the future. So if we follow this thought, I mean, if we follow that Eren is saying, Mate, because he's seeing Colt and Falco coming, maybe Eren wanted to stop him because he wanted Zeke to hear what Colt had to say first, and then to decide what to do. This could be possible. Because maybe thanks to Colt's words, he could also think about his decisions and thinking about what he really is beside this plan he has. This could be one option. Second option that I'm thinking is that Eren is saying, Mate, because you have to remember one thing. That is my opinion. And that it confirmed me this opinion at the end of the episode. Eren's plan, from what I understood, Don't tell me if I'm right or wrong, just to follow me. In the future, I'm going to tell you if I was right or if I was wrong. But Eren's plan is to save aliens, not to save the world. Eren's plan is to save a paradise, to protect the paradise, not to protect the rest of the world. So, Eren, when he's saying Mate, is because he knows that if Zeke is screaming, the people living in paradise who drank the wine are going to transform themselves into titans. So, if you want to protect the people living in paradise, if you want to protect the paradise, you can't accept that Zeke is going to destroy it because of these titans transformed. Otherwise, it's incoherent. Otherwise, everything that happened from season one is meaningless because Eren was always protecting the paradise, was always protecting this side of the world because it was his world. And even if it's selfish, once again, yeah, when we have to put ourselves in Eren's position. Do we want to save our home that was always attacked? Or do you want to save the rest of the world that you have never known, that you have never get in touch with? Okay, Eren gets in touch with it later when he goes by himself to Marley for 3 years. Yes. But anyway, home is home. The rest of the world is the rest of the world. So if you ask me, I'm not Eren, but if you ask me, do you want to protect your home or the rest of the world? Sorry that I'm selfish, but I'm going to tell you that I'm going to protect my home. But anyway, this can be the second option. Did you understand what I mean? I hope so. I mean, if I want to protect the paradise and the people living in paradise, I definitely don't want that Zeke screams. Otherwise, it's a problem. Well, third option, I already told you more or less. That means maybe he saw these things from the future, and by seeing them from the future, maybe he understood that that was not the proper moment to scream because something else had to happen, and in this case, Colt had to talk to him about Falco. And if you think about this, Zeke, it was better that he didn't scream at that time. Because when Colt talked to him about Falco, later we know what happens. After Falco turns into a Titan, the first thing Zeke says is, Yare Falco. What does this mean? It means, okay, later I'm going to tell you, but it means that at the end of the day, Zeke protected Falco. Because by eating porco, I mean, no, at the beginning he preferred that he ate a Reiner instead. But by eating porco, he is becoming an intelligent Titan and he can survive. So, okay, I'm going to explain you later, but that mate from Eren is useful, definitely useful, because that mate changed the things. Otherwise, things would have been different. Um, Fourth option is that Eren with that. Okay, this is a little bit strange to say, but I thought about it too, so I want to share you my thoughts. The fourth option of that mate is that maybe Eren, by being the Shiso Titan, saw that Reiner was transferring the memories to Porco. And do you know that when there is that Kaminari, I mean, when the Titans are touching, themselves. So there is this Caminari created. As much as when Dinah Fritz touched Eren, there was that Caminari that was felt by Rainer, Bertold, and even Ymir. They were feeling this shh moment in which Dinah touched Eren in season 2, no matter if they were not next to them in that moment, but they felt what happened. Okay. So, did maybe Eren see or understood or felt that Reiner was transferring this info to Porco? And later we know what happened. By always seeing the future, Eren maybe knew that Porco was about to be eaten by Falco and rescuing Falco automatically. So, all these things make you understand that all the details, all the things that are happening, it's not because they are just coincidences. I think that everything is not a coincidence. Everything happens because it's all written already. So definitely that mate has many different ways to be seen or to be underlined, to be described whatsoever, but it meant something, okay? It's not just a mate zik because I'm still here doing my stuff. No, that mate is important. And even if it was just a little frame, that if you don't hear it, you lose it. I mean, if you don't pay attention on that mate, you skip it. And it's not good because you shouldn't skip anything from Shingeki no Kyojin. Even at the smallest detail, you shouldn't skip it. So that was great. Um, then we have this amazing moment of Colt and Falco. Look, I got emotional in the reaction because you all know that when it's about to protect others, and this means that you die, you sacrifice yourself to protect others, this is painful to me. I always cry for this. And in fact, okay, the tissues were ready. In fact, yeah. Colt is the other older brother that is asking, even if it's something really bad, okay, to ask, but he's asking Zeke to kill the rest of the world. Who cares? Except for Falco. Once again, as much as for Marcel that was asking Reiner, I mean, he told Reiner, look, you were chosen not because you're skilled, but because I had to save my brother. The same leitmotif. That means selfishness is in the house. I understand Colt. I understand so much what he's saying because we are selfish. We prefer to protect the people we love instead of the rest of the world. So I think that people are so hypocrite when they say, when they look at this anime and they say, no, we should save all the people in the world, even people we don't know. No, we should be empathic and save all the people. These sentences are hypocrite because in the real world, we always choose the people we love. We always choose to protect the people we love instead of all the others. Don't tell me that tomorrow you go out from your home and if you find that there is an accident and one of your family member has this accident together with another person that is a stranger to you, you run. I think that you run first to the people you love, not to the stranger. This is natural because we have this instinct to protect the people we love first. So I really understand Colt, and I'm not criticizing him for that sentence because over there is a pure desperation. We are in a moment in which we don't understand if Falco is going to survive or not. And in these last seconds, you can't think about the rest of the world. You think about the people you love first. So people who are condemning Colt because he's saying, "Look, you can save the rest, you can kill the rest of the world, but please save Falco." If people are criticizing Colt over there, in my opinion, they are incoherent because they would have done the same. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, Colt is talking to Zeke, and the first thing that he's saying is, please, look, Falco drank the wine somehow. And in that moment, Reiner, you see Reiner's face. I think he's saying a massacre or something like that. Muri, no, something, okay? But anyway, you see that uh, this face of Reiner is so desperate because he's saying, "No, I didn't know that Falco drank the wine." And at the same time, I think that he is also thinking about that promise, unfortunately. And I mean, the promise Falco made to him, because he knows that from that moment, everything can be in danger. I mean, everything can turn into a massacre. If he turns into a titan, there is not the guarantee that everything goes as much as he planned. But at the same time, he didn't want Falco to be involved in this. So once again, um, Reiner's kindness is over there. More, I mean, he thinks more about the others instead of himself. And I really like this because I am like this too. But yeah, I remember this Reiner shocked face, like, "What? Nani?" I think he said Nani or something like that, but yeah. And then what Colt is saying is super great because he's saying, "I wanted to inherit the Beast Titan, as you know, to protect my family." And once again, this, if we see it from a different perspective, this is totally wrong because he, by transforming into the new Beast Titan, this was the first main idea, but he had to go to war to kill others to protect his family. But here we go again. There is always this thing to protect your family no matter what. No matter if you have to kill others, no matter if you have to create a massacre. Anyway, there is always this concept to protect his family. So Colt is coherent since the beginning. He wanted to become the Beast Titan to protect the Falco, that means his family, together with his parents. He wanted to become the Beast Titan to protect his family from the thoughts that Marley had about the Grice family, because you all know that the Grice family is coming from the restorationarists. Sorry. Okay, you understood what I mean? I mean, the Grice family comes from that moment in which Grisha was together with Grice and they decided to do what they did. They decided to do what they wanted to do. But the Grice family reputation had to re-emerge to survive after all this bad reputation they had. So Colt wanted to become the Beast Titan also for this, to protect uh, the Grice family's reputation. So I really like that Colt is not hiding what he wanted to do. He is really honest in that moment, and he is not afraid to say that he wanted to risk his own life for his family. And if Zeke is screaming right now, even that thing that happened so far, even all the effort that he put in all his actions are in vain because Falco is not going to survive. So I really like these melancholy, this desperation, this frustration in Cole's eyes that is understanding, um, that makes you understand what happens, that makes you understand that that moment is the most desperate one. Um, then, um, and then another thing that Colt is doing that is causing later a damage to Falco is that he is grabbing Falco's arm without even understanding that if he left that arm, Falco could have run away. Falco could have joined Gabi and they could run away. But by keeping grabbing that arm while he's explaining everything to Zeke, Colt is automatically condemning Falco to his destiny. That means to become a Titan. So this is somehow hilarious, but makes you understand that he is condemning his brother in that moment, even if he doesn't want to, because he's just trying to explain to Zeke what's going on. But if you check things from another perspective, he is condemning Falco, because even Falco is saying, Hanase! Onichan, Hanase, Aniki, Hanase! That means let me go! Because if you let me go, I can run away in the meantime you talk, okay? If Colt could have detected that moment, Falco would have been still okay without becoming a Titan. Never say never. But yeah. And then Colt says that he really believes that Zeke is not going to do anything harmful to kids. And in that moment, Zeke's eyes were almost wet, because look, at Zeke's character is really hard to analyze, and later we will do this, especially in the end of the episode. But okay, I wanted to anticipate it now. I don't dislike Zeke. As many times that I told you many times that I understand him somehow when he says that he prefers that the people are not born anymore, because if they are born, there is the risk that they are going to suffer as much as him, as much as he suffered. And this makes you understand that he cares about kids somehow. But at the same time, I don't agree. I don't understand what he wants to do. Because, once again, I say this, he is not God. He can't decide for others. And even if later is saying that that was even Xava's dream, we have to remember what Xava told him. That is actually going a little bit against this plan that Zeke has. Because Xava, later, he is saying that even if he understands Zeke's point of view, he is also saying that it was thanks to the life he had that he had the chance to meet him, and that he could collect great memories with him. So this is a little bit going against Zeke's plan, because Zeke says that it's better if you don't live, if you're not even born, because otherwise there is the risk you're going to suffer as an alien, etc., etc. He wants to prevent this suffering. But at the same time, who guarantees you that all the people are going to suffer as much as you? Nobody, because you don't have this guarantee. And also another thing, by erasing the possibility for other people to live, you are erasing also the risk that they are going to have a great life. And you're choosing for these people not to have great memories too. In life, we can't choose to have just great memories. Life is always the mixture of the two. Life is always a mixture of good things and bad things. We can't avoid bad things. They need to happen. We need to suffer too. Because it's always thanks to suffering somehow that you can understand how precious life is and how you can grow thanks to this. So, what Zeke wants to do is wrong. His plan is wrong because it's the easiest path. I mean, it's easy to say, oh, look, if you're not bored, you can't risk to suffer. Okay, but this is wrong. This is unnatural. Even thanks to his suffering, he could understand that his father's behavior was wrong and that he didn't want to behave like this in the future. So, as you can see, that the suffering was helping Zeke. Instead of condemning him, it was helping him. So you have to always see the good side of bad moments that are happening into your life and not the contrary. So that's why I don't like Zeke's plan. But at the same time, as much as I understand the Colt that he wants to protect his younger brother, as much as I understand the Marcel who wants to protect his younger brother, I also understand that Zeke who wants throughout his existence to protect his younger brother Eren. Why he wants to protect Eren? Because Eren is the one and only bond he has as a family member. And by knowing that Grisha and Dinah were behaving in the worst way with him, he doesn't want to lose even the one and only bond he has with his family, that is Eren. And by doing this, he wants, for the first time, to protect somebody instead of being protected always. He wants to prove, I'm talking about Zeke, he wants to prove himself that he's not a good for nothing, as he has always heard from his parents. That he wants to prove himself that he can protect a family member, that he can protect Eren, that he is useful somehow, that his existence is not meaningless. And when I say this, I remember all the times that Zeke was training and he was always the last one, and his parents were looking at him in such a disgusting way. And in that moment, Zeke was always realizing, huh, I'm not good for doing anything. I am a good for nothing. I can't protect my family because by becoming a Titan, he would have protected his family too, right? And in this case, I understand Zeke because he has the one and only chance to prove all this and to prove his parents that they were wrong, that he can protect Eren. So from this side, I understand Zeke for real. He has a piece of my heart because once again he wants to save his family members and his dear people. But on the other side, I don't like what he wants to do. I don't understand what he wants to do because what he wants to do is really pointless. He can't stop a natural procedure, a natural process of giving birth. It's selfish. It's presumptuous. It's something unnatural. I prefer Eren because Eren still trusts new generations. Eren still wants to give a chance for these aliens, new generations, to prove Zeke that it's not true that they will suffer always, because he also collected special memories by being an alien, in paradise, as much as Reiner, for example, as much as Annie, for example, as much as Gabi, okay? So it's not true that if you are an alien, you are just condemning your life forever. No, you are also treasuring amazing moments with the people you love. So what Zeke is doing is totally wrong. And why do I say that this is the easiest path? Yes, it is. Because if you prefer not to be born, you are erasing your own existence too. You are erasing all the possibility you have to grow. You are erasing all the possibility to have a chance to live. And this is bad. This is wrong. No, it's better to live instead of ending your life. It's better to live instead of uh, erasing yourself. No. If I could have talked to Zeke right now, I would have told him, look, it's good that you are alive. It's good because you had the chance to meet Eren. You had the chance to meet Xava. And if you preferred not to be born, you didn't have this chance, these two chances. So think about it, Zeke. It was good to be alive. And I don't think that Xava would agree with you too, because without being alive, even Xava couldn't meet you, couldn't think of you as if you were his son. So when Colt is saying that he knows that Zeke doesn't want to harm kids and doesn't want to kill kids, yeah, somehow it's true. But on the other side, no, it's not, because by transforming them into Titan, there is the chance that they are killed, or there is the chance that everything is turning into a mess because of his plan and his ideal. So yes and no. And then Colt is asking, as I was telling you before, that he is waiting. I mean, Colt is asking, please wait that Falco goes out, and then you can kill all the world. Okay, this sentence is a little bit controversial. Yes, many people liked it, many other people didn't like it. I am in the middle. That means that on one side, I already told you why I like it. The reason why I like this sentence is because of what I told you before. That means if you are in a desperate situation and there is your family against the world, you still prefer to save your family first. This is how human beings are behaving when they create bonds. And this is how this selfishness is coming out, because we human beings are sinful. We are not perfect. So we can't condemn Colt for what he said. We can't be hypocrite to say that we are perfect enough to condemn Colt for what he said, because maybe even if we are not saying this sentence that is controversial, maybe we can do something else that is still controversial. Maybe we can commit another sin. So I think that we can condemn Colt just if we were perfect, but we are not, so we can't. At the same time, if I can say that I don't agree totally with what Colt says, is that we can't save one person instead of millions. I mean, we can't do this because it means that that person becomes even more important than the rest of the world. And this is a little bit strange to think about. But Colt, in that moment, is totally out of mind that he has this one and only chance to do the impossible to save Falco. So I really felt that moment. Even if that sentence was controversial, I felt that moment of desperate, pure desperation. Yes, I felt it. And once again, selfishness, but at the same time, protection, because that's ani to ototo. That means the older brother has always to protect the younger one. It's nature. You can talk about it. I mean, you can think about this even for animals, not just the human beings. The oldest one is going to protect the younger one. It's always like this. It's nature, instincts. And then, oh, the sentence that made Zeke even feeling worse. Yeah, is when Colt is saying, "Don't do this to my younger brother," and he is screaming. And you all know that Zeke's one of Zeke's weak points is the younger brother, because even Zeke cares about Eren, even if Eren doesn't care about him. Okay, but Zeke cares about Eren. He was already crying even before meeting him, if you remember. I mean, Zeke was even crying before knowing before knowing his face. When he heard from Reiner and Bertold that there was this Eren Yeager, he was crying already for him, and he was saying, "Oh no, he's my little brother, and he was condemned by that stupid father as much as I did, as much as I was." So this bond, from Zeke's point of view, started in that moment, since the moment that he knew that there was a Eren Yeager on the other side. So when a Colt is screaming, "Don't do this to my young brother," Zeke felt, oh, he's touching my weak point, because I also have to care about my younger brother. But in that case, which one should I choose? My younger brother, or should I care about another person's younger brother? I choose to care about Eren. I choose to care about my younger brother. And once again, selfishness, because you prefer your own bones. You prefer your own family members instead of others. That's nature. If we talk about animals, do you think that the lion is going to protect the tiny lion of another family, or his own one? He is going to protect his own child, his own son or daughter, in this case, his own little cub. That's nature. So, and in fact, Zeke is answering, "I know, I understand you. I feel you. I know what you say when you say that you care a lot about your younger brother. But, zannen desu." Zannen in Japanese is unfortunately. I mean, it means zannen desu ne. It's not just a what a shame. It's also when you say unfortunately or zannen desu, it means it's something unfortunate. That means I don't want to do it, but it has to be done. I have to do it. Otherwise, I can't protect my younger brother. So that zanen can be seen in many ways. It can be seen as what I told you now, or if I save your brother, zanen this. It's a shame because it means that I don't fulfill the rest of my project, the rest of my plan. Or zanendes, if I do this, I can't save Falco too because of my plan, because of what I think that my plan is. So it would be something unfortunate that I let the Falco live, and then maybe Falco is going to suffer in the future. So zanendes. As you can see, there are many ways to to describe these zanendes, okay? But definitely, it was tough, that moment. And then Zeke is screaming. Wow, that scream was the same thing that I felt when Eren screamed, because there is a silence everywhere, and you feel the tension. You feel that everything is trembling. You feel as if there is an apocalypse starting, with all these lights, boom, 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 as if they are bombs descending on Earth, while they are just people transforming into Titans. But that was a perfect war scene, and I really felt it, absolutely. And once again, the contrasts of colors, they are pretty amazing because they make you feel what's going to happen. Destruction, pure destruction, desolation, um, fear. I really liked the moment in which there is this music, and Falco, look, thank you Mappa for the slow motion, because thanks to that slow motion, we feel more what's going to happen. We feel the tension. And when Falco is turning with the slow motion and he's crying, and you see Gabi that she's trying to reach Falco, and everything is in this slow motion moment that, oh, look, it was simply amazing to watch. But at the same time, Falco that is saying, "Leave me, go away, Oni-chan, go away." The way which Falco wants to protect the Colt because he knows that he is turning into a Titan. And you see even Falco's desperation, because by transforming into Titan, he is going to condemn the Colt's life. He is going to be killed. And of course, he doesn't want that. But at the same time, Colt, and over there I cried, look, Colt that is saying, "Your brother," oh, look, I get emotional even now. "Your brother is here." Sorry, I drink in the meantime because I feel emotional. "Your brother is here." That means I will not let you go away. I will protect you here. I will hug you. I will stay here to finish my role. No? I mean, Colt knew that by staying over there, he was dying. But he preferred to die with honor instead of escaping and leave his brother alone in that moment. That was the best thing. Oh, yes, that was the best, one of the best moments of this episode. To die with honor. And once again, this confirms me that what Zeke is doing is wrong, because even in that case, when Colt knows that he will die by hugging Falco because Falco is going to transform, that moment was priceless, because even if Colt would have been dead and he would risk his life, it was better to hug his brother because that was the best thing since he was born, to protect his brother and to spread love instead of hatred. This was the top. I really love this moment. Absolutely. But there is this moment in which Falco wants to push him away. Leave me. That means if you move away, you're safe. But for Colt, being saved like this and seeing his brother turn into a titan without even knowing what's happening later, it was even more painful. So he preferred to avoid that pain and to die by hugging him. Isayama, thank you, because even if you are a sadist, you want me to cry so much, but I like the way in which Isayama is portraying emotions like this. Emotional moments like this, they are the most amazing ones. So the slow motion was really intense because there is even this background music that, I don't know, it has a metallic, I don't know how to describe this music. I mean, it's not a music like na 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 na. That is what I mean. Something sinister, something dark, something gloomy, something something that is scratching your, I don't know, scratching your feelings. I don't know. I think you understand what I mean. It's not something beautiful to hear. It's a music that is, it makes me want to. I mean, I feel bad when I hear that song, that tone of music, and I really liked the choice. Yes, yes. And then another thing that I liked is to see Nile, Pixies, and the rest of the soldiers, their last moments. First of all, when you see these soldiers that I mean, one soldier that is attacking the other one, and in the meantime, one of the two is transforming into Titan, this makes you understand that what they were doing so far, it was meaningless. I mean, that their existence was nothing because, and it was not even important because Zeke chose them not because they were important. He chose them to by drinking the wine, and it could have been anybody. So you understand the meaningless of the life of a human being compared to the entire world building. Okay, and this was I mean, it makes you understand it takes nothing. It takes an instance to end your existence, and you're not even choosing it. I mean, you're not even choosing how to end your existence because somebody else is choosing for you. And this is even worse, let me tell you. But then when we see Nile, thank you so much, Nile, because it was also thanks to you that Falco did what he did. It's thanks to you by remembering what Erwin told you before. So thank you, Erwin. But by remembering what happened over there in season 3, part 1, you changed and you helped new generations to change. So Nile, even if at the beginning was a little bit against Erwin, against all the things that they were happening, the good thing is that you see that people are not old enough to change. And people can always, I mean, all the generations can always inspire new generations for good. So once again, I tell you this. All the generations in the world building of Shingeki no Kyojin are criticized because they are spreading fake stories, because they are brainwashing the new generations and things like this. Yes, it's true, but at the same time, we also find all the people from all the generations who are spreading great stuff, who are changing the new generations for good. One example can be, okay, Nile, but another example can be even Sasha's dad. So we have great inspirational characters that can change the new generations for good. And Nilo was one of these because he could change Falco for good. He could give Falco the hint to reveal his feelings to Gabi. Or let's see what's happening later, actually. But thank you, Nile. Even if you're not here with us anymore, thank you. And yeah, that instance with the slow motion. Talking about Pixies, another great character because yeah, Pixies in season one when he was, and I posted it on Instagram, but on my stories. But I was talking about this. Yeah, Pixies in season one was already anticipating something as much as Erwin. I mean, we see huge spoilers in season one. And in his own way, he was anticipating that there was something outside the wall and we had to discover it, but in a different way. I mean, he was already anticipating, like, Erwin, who do you think the enemy is? To Eren, because even Pixies in that scene was talking to Eren. Um, so I like even the Pixies character. I really liked him. And the fact that you see that he is ending his existence by doing what he liked. That means by drinking. That was really emotional. Also, when you see the eye that little by little is closing, as if even the Pixies is accepting that his existence is gone. That eye that is closing is like okay, it's coming. So this acceptance was really emotional. Oh, sorry, look, guys, when I talk about this, but the good thing is that even in bad moments, you always find the best way to end your existence. That means even if a Pixies knew that he was going to die because he felt it, at the same time, in bad moments, you find in your bad and last seconds of your life, you always find a way to end your existence by knowing that you were doing the thing you loved the most. So this was really emotional too, let me tell you. I felt it. I felt it. Yeah. Okay. But this scene was amazing of Nile, Pixies, and the soldiers transforming into Titan because you saw the fear. I mean, you saw the fear in their eyes, in their faces. You saw resignation. I mean, you saw acceptance, but also, yeah, resignation. That means when I can't do anything else to avoid this. And yeah, these details that Mappa made of the eyes closing little by little. Standing ovation. So beautiful. And then when they are transformed, this apocalyptic scene that you see, it reminds me of season one. Not just the season 3 part 2 when they are, I mean, Zeke is here, Erwin is on top of the walls, and yeah, that too, of course. But Even season 1, episode 1, when you see the same scenario, the same setting, Shiganshina, the same process, because the Titans are inside the Shiganshina and they are walking. The same thing, as if nothing changed. And once again, I remind you Eren's words every time that he says, I can't change anything. Look, we are in season 4, part 2, and we have the same scenario of episode 1, season 1. I mean, nothing changed. Even if now we have even Marlians coming to attack Paradise, but the concept of human beings and Titan in that setting didn't change at all. We have the same thing over and over and over again. Like even season 3, part 2, when they had to regain the Wall Maria, and that means Shiganshina. It was the same, because then Reiner and Bertold, you know that they were already inside. And then Zeke arrived, and even the Titans were inside the Shiganshina one more time, so nothing changed. And there was even the same music. Da, 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 da. Very nice choice, Mappa. I mean, Kota Yamamoto, good job that you remade that song. That was really nice. A nice choice of the music too, because thanks to that music, you understand that nothing changed. That once again, I'm telling you, same setting, same environment, Titans versus human beings, Zeke that is transforming them, the same music. Shiganshina is ruined, is destroying, is a mess. It's hell. Okay? And yeah. And once again, I remember the sentence of the first episode. The terror of being oppressed by them. And if you remember this sentence in episode 1, season 1, at that time we were referring to Titans. In this episode, we are referring once again to Titans that are transformed because of them. In this case, thanks to Zeke and thanks to that scream. Or anyway, if we wanted to see this in a different way, the terror to be oppressed by them. The terror that we, Paradise, feel to be oppressed by them. That is Marley or the rest of the world because of their projects. So this is hilarious because we are feeling, we are living the same thing over again. Over and over again. And this is crazy. And then while the Titans are transforming, yes, I caught even this frame, they are showing Reiner's face. That is as if Reiner is living a deja vu, because Reiner was the Titan who broke the wall of the Wall Maria. And it was because of Reiner that these Titans were going inside the Shiganshina, because he broke the wall. So when in this episode we see that Zeke is transforming all the Titans, there is the boom, 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 and you see this music, you hear this music, there are Titans walking, etc., etc., etc. Then you see Reiner's face, like as if he is living one more time all the mess he created in season 1. Fantastic. This choice of frames, music, setting, it was simply perfect. Very good. I really like that. And then, as I was telling you before, there is Zeke saying, Yare Falco. That means he is commending Falco to eat Reiner because Falco, that is transformed, the one and only Titan he has in front of him is Reiner. So do it. And by doing this, I felt, this is my opinion, but I felt as if Zeke didn't want to break, didn't want to dismiss the request called, asked him. That means, please protect my younger brother. And in fact, by doing this, Falco is transformed into an intelligent Titan, and he is going to survive, even if he has this gap of 13 years now to live. But Zeke preferred to command Falco to eat another Titan, in this case the Armor Titan, to survive. Otherwise, there was the risk that if the ex Chosa Hedan, like Connie, Jan, Mika, so Armin could have killed him because they didn't realize that that was Falco. So Zeke, by giving this command to him, it was a way to say, see, Colt, at the end of the day, I protected your brother by transforming him into an intelligent Titan and not by leaving him like that with the risk to be killed. I felt like this. I don't know why, but I felt this. Yeah, absolutely. Um, and then, when Reiner is attacked by Falco, oh, poor Reiner in this case, once again, I want to say poor him, because he is always in these moments in which, he has to choose what to do. And I didn't want to be in Reiner's position, to be honest, absolutely. Because he is stopping Falco from eating him. And he is also stopping Eren. Two people that he cares a lot. And he has to go against them now. Against the both of them. And this, for Reiner, is pretty painful, I guess. But when he's saying, should I end Falco? I should end Falco. That was like you see how Reiner is shocked to see things repeating over and over again. Because if you remember, this face of Reiner is the same face he had when he killed Marco. Even in that case, that was him condemning Marco to death. And every time you feel Reiner as if he is so guilty about what he's doing. And in fact, in this case, we have Falco. He is asking himself if he has to end Falco, that is the same person that wanted to be protected. The same person that Reiner wanted to protect. The same person that made the promise with him about Gabi. So if he is killing Falco now, and he can, but if he is killing Falco right now, Gabi can't be rescued by anybody. If Reiner is going to die, and later, and before dying, Reiner is going to kill Falco, Gabi doesn't have anybody that can protect her. Then, by saying this sentence, Reiner is also remembering what happened in the past, all the bad things that he did because of his choices. So, is it good to end Falco right now? Am I going to do this? That means, am I going to handle even this regret, this fear to feel guilty later? And then, yes, one more time I say this, there is the deja vu of what happened to Marco too. That even in that moment he said, why Marco is killed by Titans? And then he remembers that he did it. So, wow. Reiner in this position again. And then, of course, by asking himself this, he doesn't want to feel guilty for his entire existence. So the repentment, the regret, the guilt. And that's why Reiner in season 4, part 1, wanted to end his life. But if you remember, when he wanted to end his life with the shotgun, I mean, with the gun, he was stopped by Falco. So right now, he is in the position to choose if he has to end the same life of the same person who saved him. Crazy. And then later, you see Eren that is looking at Pick because Pick with the Magath, they are going to attack him right now. That's the perfect chance for them, okay? You see this face of Eren as if he is pure angry, but this face is like a sort of an anticipation of a demonic face that will come later. I mean, this as if he's a beast, okay? And in that moment, ta 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 ta, the saviors of Eren, the hearts of Eren are coming to save him once again. That means Mikasa and Armin. Oh wow! Look, and the way I wanted to praise Mappa over again because of the way in which they praise the figure of Mikasa while killing these Marlians that they are going to be a problem to her and to Eren in this case. But the way in which even Mappa was describing this ability that Ackerman have to move, and okay, Mikasa, of course, she's so great by herself, but this way to represent Mikasa always like this, as if she's invincible, that it's easy for her to defeat them. Wow, that was so great. I really liked the way in which they portrayed Mikasa, even in part 1 when she was saying, when Eren was saying Imada Mikasa, and she was coming like this, and when there was that scene upside down, wow, that was totally beautiful. The way to describe an Ackerman, as always, Ackerman, yeah, I love Ackerman, people. Levi, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for your comeback. But then you see even the face Mikasa has, the eyes Mikasa is, as if she's sending a message to Peak just by looking at her to say, look, it's better if you calm down, otherwise I'm going to kill you. I mean, those eyes of Mikasa when there is the moment in which she has to protect her love. It's always the same, see? I mean, even in this case, when you have to protect somebody dear to you, all the world doesn't mean anything to you because that person matters more. So Mikasa, yeah, as always, yeah. And this time she doesn't have the scarf. So in this case, she can think that was my own will. When I wanted to protect Eren in that moment, it was my will, not because of that scarf, not because of that bond, or not because I was influenced by that. So even that thing is super amazing. And then Reiner, when he thinks that he is about to end his life, I mean, when he thinks that he is going to be killed by Falco, oh, in that, even in that moment, okay, you see Reiner's face as if he's saying to himself, and now I can rest. Finally, it's time for me to go. And I did all the possible that I could to do what I was enrolled with. That means to be a hero. I did all the best that I could. And now maybe it's time for me to go. But then, I mean, all these mixed feelings represent a sort of liberation, as if he wants to break free from all the pain, from all the suffering he felt, from all the guilt, from all the resentment, from everything. I mean, Reiner in that moment is like, now it's finally time to go. And this reminds me even what Eren wants to do, to search freedom by end his existence. So in this case, they are not different, because even Eren is embodying, or he will embody all the hatred, all the resentment, everything. He is embodying the cruelty of the world, while the beauty of the world, that is Mikasa, has to stay in that world. So the cruel world has to go over there. He has to go on another dimension, has to break free. But the beauty of the world has to stay. So I understand even Reiner in that moment. But the great scene that Mappa was creating, that is one of the best, in my opinion, is when you see Gabi, the back of Gabi, looking at Reiner that is about to be killed by Falco. That frame makes you, and of course Gabi is crying, that makes you understand the cruelty of the world. I mean, that frame is everything. Gabi that is crying by looking at a Reiner that is ending his life because of Falco. The worst nightmare ever in front of her face. And in that case, Gabi understands once again that it's not the Paradis' fault, because Falco, Reiner, and her, they are coming from the other side. So you don't see, for example, Eren that is killing, that it is trying to eat Reiner, and in that case, Gabi can think it's Eren's fault. That's why Eren is always the culprit of everything. No, in that case, it's Falco eating Reiner because of Zeke. So once again, Gabi has in front of her face the reality. That means no matter the sides, the world is cruel and you have to face it. And when she's in front of that vision, she's facing the truth. She is facing reality as if there is a pure disillusion in that moment. I really loved that scene, Luca. Let me tell you. It was priceless. And Gabi is seeing a dear person, that means Falco, eating another dear person, Reiner, that came there to save them. Crazy. That scene was unbelievable. And if you check that scene in another way, Falco trying to eat Reiner, it's like as if Falco is saying to Reiner, see, I'm keeping my promise to you. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to inherit the armor titan, and I'm going to protect the Gabi. But, and in that moment, I was convinced because, as I told you in the previous thoughts of the previous week, I was telling you, look, Falco, at least he's going to eat a Reiner because he has to keep the promise he made to Reiner, right? To inherit the Titan from him and then to protect the Gabi. That's his mission. But, oh, this is the irony of destiny. Because Porco is coming. And when Porco is coming, you see Reiner's face as if he is saying, oh, even now that there was the best chance to end my life because I was here ready to be killed, no. Once again, I'm still here. As if Reiner's curse is still not finished. It didn't finish in part 1 when he was stopped by Falco, when he wanted to end his life. And it's not stopped even here, that he is stopped by Galliard coming. So Falco stopped and he's going to eat him. So as you can see, Reiner, it's like as if he is cursed. And he can't go out from this curse. That means the cruel world he's living in. This is hilarious. I mean, I was like, no. For the second time, Reiner was, I don't want to say relieved, but he was saying, okay, here we go. I'm coming. I mean, I'm going to die. No. He's stopped one more time. Look. Yeah. And then um, there is Galliard, the Galliard's moment. And look, I wanted to say this. Galliard is sacrificing himself. And I really liked that moment. Even if I didn't like Galliard so far, but I liked Galliard in that moment, what he's saying. Because even if he is saying to Reiner, look, at the end of the day, I'm still better than you. That sentence can be seen as a presumptuous sentence, but it's not. It's not because by being better as he thinks that he is saving Reiner, the same person that was not liked by him, the same person that didn't let him become a Titan too. So the person who stole the role from him. So as you can see, Porco here is really kind, because instead of look at the scene of Reiner being eaten, he prefers that he keeps staying alive, and he is sacrificing himself. And by being better, it means even if I didn't like you, even if I didn't support you, even if I couldn't stand you, it's time for me to go out in the best way. That means by saving you. I really liked that moment, for real. Because, and then this scene can be seen even in a different way, because no matter what Marcel wanted to do, that means to protect his younger brother, at the end of the day, it was Galliard who chose his destiny, who chose the path to take, and he was there to choose. Nobody else could choose for him. That is what I told you before. That means that Porco, when he realized that Marcel did what he did to protect him, yes, he felt grateful because his brother wanted to protect him, but at the same time, he felt bad because Marcel chose for him. And this is something that Galliard couldn't stand, in my opinion, because of the attitude he has. Galliard has an attitude that he has to decide. He has to choose for himself, not others. So the way in which he went out of scene, I mean, the fact that he decided to be eaten, he decided to do so. And this was a nice thing, because I like when characters can choose for themselves and not thanks to others. I like when they go on with their purpose because they chose this purpose and not because they are influenced. So, yeah, even if Marcel tried his best to protect his brother and to let him out from all this, at the end of the day, you can't change the destiny of that person. You can't avoid the fact that at the end of the day, this destiny is both written, but at the same time, it has to be chosen by the person that is living that life, not because of others. And that's why I like the Galliard's choice, because he didn't want to avoid his destiny. He didn't want to choose the easiest path. He wanted to face what his destiny was. So, okay. But also, I like the Galliard because he ended his life by saving the person he hated the most. And this Ooh, it's a great way to go away because it makes you understand that he grew, that he's no more the boy who was screaming just because he had to prove a supremacy or he had to prove that he was a superior than Reiner. No. At the end of the day, by saving him, he was a changing. Totally. I mean, if when he was a boy, he was asked to save Reiner, he would have not done it. But now he did it. So good job, Galliard. I really liked this. Definitely. And then, wait, I have to drink a little bit because it's already 2 hours that I'm talking. And then, Eren, oh, this scene. Eren that is punching Reiner, let's say, and he is creating the hardening. Oh. And Zeke at the same time that he is trying to imitate Pika. Look at Zeke, even if you imitate Pika, Pika tricked you. I still remember that scene in which you thought that Pika was dead. Come on. But anyway, that scene is memorable, guys. Eren starts to run. That is still the leitmotif of his existence, the Shingeki no Kyojin. Even if he is not the Shingeki no Kyojin form, I mean, he doesn't have the form of the Shingeki no Kyojin, he's running. And he's going forward. But that was so amazing. But one detail that I was looking at is that Eren, while he is running, as much as in the scene that in the frame that I told you before of Gabi looking at Reiner that is eaten by Falco, almost, you see that both characters, I mean Gabi and Eren, they are surrounded by this gray color, by this gray tone of color. And I really like that choice because this is the same color we see even in My War, the opening number 6, where everything is gray. You know that, I don't know if you know, but you should know that the gray color is particular. I mean, it's not black, it's not white, it's something in the middle. And it's creating like a sort of a fog that is the typical scenario of a war. And in these, I mean, by being surrounded by this color, everything turns into a sort of limbo. Limbo is an area that even Dante described in the Divine Comedy, where everything is unknown, everything is not good, not bad, everything is uncertain. The limbo is the place before entering hell, if you know this. And in the Divine Comedy, in Dante's Divine Comedy, it's well represented, the limbo. It's a place where everything is pure desperation because you don't know. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you will go to hell or if you have still the chance to go to the purgatory. That means the ascendance to heaven. So this way in which nobody knows what's going on, this tension, and everything is everything is connected to war, because even war is not certain. When you make a war, you don't know who's going to win, who's going to lose, and you're still there in the middle between win or lose. And by being there, you feel the anxiety, the desperation, the frustration. So both Gabi and Eren in that moment, Eren while running and Gabi standing in front of Reiner by being eaten by Falco, they are surrounded by there because by that color, because those two moments are the two most dramatic ones and the two unknown moments, because Gabi looking at Reiner that maybe can be eaten by Falco, we don't know. Is it going to happen or not? As much as Eren, he's running. Is he going to make it or not? We don't know. But the context is the context of war, where this gray color is helping people being detached by light. As much as in the opening or in the ending, that you see that the bird tries to fly and wants to reach the stars, but there are lots of gray clouds stopping the bird. As much as in the opening, that you see these clouds and the bird is already going on top of them. So this gray color, thank you Mappa that you used the gray color even when Eren is running, because Eren is still a bird in the cage, and Eren still has to reach freedom. So it was good that he was surrounded by that gray color while running. Then there is the slow motion over there too. Oh, look! I still feel it. If I can close my eyes, I still see that scene in my brain, in my mind. But this slow motion, this tension, everything that is declaring you that something is going to happen. And then even the exchange of eyes between Eren and Gabi, the two sides that were always there promising each other that they were going to defeat one another, because Eren can't stand Gabi because she killed Sasha, as much as Gabi can't stand Eren because he created this mess by attacking Liberio. So these exchange of glimpse of an eye that tells you as if there is a duel, like in the Far West movies when you saw the two eyes matching before shooting. And yeah, the duel. That was so great. And in the meantime, while there is this slow motion, while Eren is running, while Gabi is ready to shoot, in the meantime, you see time that is stopping. That time that is stopping and it's creating, I mean, it's showing you the chaos that is happening in the meantime. I mean, while Eren is running, Gabi is ready to shoot. In the meantime, you see Mikasa that is trying to go ahead defeating the others. You see the others trying to shoot always in slow motion. You see Zeke that is screaming, Eren! It is even at the face as if something is happening now. Wow, the time that is stopping over there, the way in which time is extended in that moment, as if that time is lasting forever. Oh, it's so amazing. Look. And then Gabi that is crying first, and then she's shooting. Look, crying, this is strange. If we compare the Gabi in episode 1 of season 4, part 1, she was there. Yeah, I'm going to war. I will make it. I'm the best one here. Nobody can make it. And I'm so self confident. That attitude is gone. Now you see her crying, doing almost the same thing that she was supposed to do in part 1. But now there is a great difference, because now Gabi is conscious of everything. Now Gabi experienced everything and she grew. So she has had that great disillusion in the previous episodes, and now Gabby is a different character. And as I was telling you yesterday in the live streaming, if you think that Gabby has to die, that's a mistake you're making, in my opinion. Of course, it's not 100%, but you're making a mistake if you think so, because Gabby has to survive. Gabby, the same girl that was brainwashed and she was disillusioned, now has the chance to change. Now has the chance to become this new generation that has suffered, that has experienced, and doesn't want that other people are going to experience the same thing. So I hope you don't want her to die, because Gabby is there for a reason. Gabby was chosen to be the perfect example of how a person that is even a teenager can realize all the mess that is happening, can accept it, and can go over all this more, I mean, better than the previous generations. The same adults that were not able, as much as her, that is a teenager, to understand the drama that they are causing. So Gabby is essential still. She has to survive. Even if, okay, people don't like her because she shot Eren, okay, but she has to stay, because now she understood where she is, in the middle of what she is. That means destruction. That is not coming from one side, it's coming from everywhere. So there is no escape. And Gabi, too, remember, she was a bird in a cage. And now that cage is open. Do you remember? In the previous episode, that one and only cage, while she was talking and realizing that there were not demons over there, but just people, that cage is open. So Gabi has all the instruments now to change the world, because she's free from the brainwash thing. She is free from the impositions that she was given by others. She can think with her own brain now, because now she is free to think. So even Gabi is a bird in a cage, not just Eren. But right now, Gabi is crying while shooting because she doesn't have anything else to do anymore. She has to defeat that thing that can cause the rumbling. And she is doing this in Paradise. I mean, she's not doing it in Marley, okay? By shooting Eren's head, she thinks that she can protect even the Paradise, the place she's living in right now. And maybe she was even thinking about Sasha's parents, for example, who cared about her. And by doing this, maybe she thinks that she can save them too. Who knows? Maybe she's crying because she has to protect Falco, in this case, because he's still there, of course. She has to protect Sasha's parents because they protected her when she needed it the most. She's crying maybe because she's so tired of this environment that she can't stand it anymore. She was there throughout all her entire life, so she is tired. She's crying also because of this. As much as, look, even Reiner was so tired and he wanted to end his own existence in part one. So think about a teenager that is suffering the same quantity as Reiner. Is unbalanced, right? So the emotions are even extended. We are talking about a teenager, and Reiner was already 19. Yeah, he was living in Paradise and he was discovering everything as much as Gabi, but he wanted to end his life and he was tired when he was in season 4, part 1. So there is a difference. And then, of course, she cries because she can't avoid her revenge. She can't avoid the fact that she wants to avenge everything that happened in her life. And she's crying because she knows that she's cursed because of this. She can't get rid of that revenge she wants to fulfill. So, and she's crying because she's promising to herself that until she's reaching that revenge, that way to avenge what happened, she will never stop. She is another sort of a Shingeki no Kyojin somehow. And then she's crying because it's all Eren's fault, in her opinion. So now that she has the target in front of her, as the Japanese people say, shikatanai, shikatarimasen. That means it can't be helped. I have to do it now or never. And then, oh, the head of Eren. Ah, look. Did you see that detail that Mappa put before the head to be shot? That light that is passing through his neck. And then the head. That small detail of the light that is trespassing the neck. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Zeke that is taking the head of Eren, but even before that, the amazing detail of Zeke's face and the head that is going on is flying in the sky, let's say, and this head that is passing through Zeke's eye. Fantastic. Fantastic. Because that scene, that frame in which you see Eren's head through Zeke's eyes, from Zeke's perspective, it's like he has in front of him another failure. I mean, the fact that he failed, Zeke, failed one more time. As if Zeke, he has in front of his eyes the fact that Yappari, at the end of the day, he is still a good for nothing because he couldn't protect his younger brother. And once again, it's like as if by having this head crossing his eye from his perspective, it's like as if he remembers Grisha's face when he couldn't train as much as all the others. That means once again, I tried my best to change things, as much as Eren says. I tried my best to change myself and to prove myself that other people were wrong when they were telling me that I was not good enough. Once again, I failed. I failed double. I mean, I failed to prove myself this, and I failed because I couldn't save. I was not strong enough to protect my young brother. Ani to ototo. Fantastic. And the mappa put a silence over there too. No music, nothing. Just the shot that you hear the strength of that shot. Boom! And nothing else. Just the faces. Just that moment that you see. And everyone is speechless. Wow. The tension created over there was a masterpiece. Simply great. Then there is the break. Thank you, because I was losing my lungs by screaming in that moment. And then we go back to the scene that we saw in season 4, part 1, when Eren and Zeke meet, and and they show you what was their dialogue. I don't talk about it because I talked about it last year, so go and check it out if you want. But I want to focus on that baseball ball that in season 4, part 1, we didn't see what was the end of this transmission, transferring of that ball. But in this episode, we see that Eren didn't want to catch that ball. Or maybe, okay, in this case, yeah, I have still two options. One option is that by not being able to get that ball is already a sign that he's going to die. I mean, you know, uh, there are some signs, some symbols whatsoever that they are telling you that something wrong is about to happen or that he's not going to survive. Yeah, he will fulfill what he has to do, that means to die to reach freedom, but it can also mean that he can't survive. And in fact, that he will not survive. I mean, Eren will not survive. But at the same time, if we check the other option, is that, yeah, Eren didn't want to catch that ball because he has a different vision of things and he has another plan. So he doesn't agree with what Zeke is saying to him. And he is just pretending to find an excuse by saying that, yeah, look, right now I'm spending too much time in the hospital and my reflections are so poor. No. It was a great excuse, but at that time, if you notice, Zeke is already looking at Eren after he heard this excuse. He is looking at Eren as if, hmm, is he telling me the truth? I mean, I felt as if Zeke from that moment is doubting about Eren and his real will. I don't know if you noticed, but just check it out. You feel it because Zeke is looking at him, and then Eren is looking like as if he wants to say, "No, trust me. Keep going on trusting me." That was, I mean, these eyes that they are looking one another. They are so great. Um, and in fact, Zeke is saying, "Let's save everyone." No, because Eren doesn't want to save everyone. Eren wants to protect the paradise. Eren wants to protect the aliens. That is going against Zeke's plan. And that's why he preferred not to catch the ball. Because that sentence, in Eren's opinion, is wrong. And in fact, later we are confirming, we have this confirmation. But yeah, let's save everyone. No, no, I'm not going to save everyone. I'm going to save Paradise. Um, oh, and then the amazing moment. Look, I analyzed all. The amazing moment in which we see some scenes without a dialogue. We see some frames. Look, I tell you already in advance, I stopped the frame by frame, those scenes, because I wanted to understand what was going on. I mean, as you all know, it was like a trailer, okay? So I wanted to stop myself. I wanted to analyze frame after frame. So now that I written them down. So now I'm going to tell you all of my thoughts dedicated to that eye scene, okay? That is pretty amazing. I wanted to congratulate myself with Mappa for the eye that they made because it's simply amazing. It's well done and ooh, it gives me chills. Okay, anyway, first of all, guys, we have these before the eye coming. There are some frames before. The first frame that is appearing, look, I'm looking down because I have to read some things, otherwise I don't remember exactly everything that I want to say. But if you see, the first frame, there are 5 birds flying. Once again, 5 birds flying, as much as the scene in which Mikasa is talking to Louise in season 4, part 1, when Louise is telling her, "Are you here? I mean, did you join Chosahedan because of Yega-san?" That means Eren. 5 birds flying. These 5 birds are the same 5 birds when Mikasa had that headache moment with Louise. Eren, Mikasa, Armin, Jan, and Connie. These are the 5 birds. And if you noticed, one of the 5 birds flying in that frame, the feathers, 2 feathers, not 2 or 3, yeah, but some feather from the first bird you see in front are falling. Did you notice that? I hope so. Once again, I repeat you this. There are 5 birds. Okay, here we are after Eren that couldn't catch the ball, the baseball ball. Immediately after, you see 5 birds flying, and the bird that is in front of all of them is losing feathers. So the 5 birds, in my opinion, these are just my thoughts. I want to remind you this. This is not something confirmed, but these birds are Eren, Mikasa, Armin, Jan, and Connie. And these feathers that are falling from the first bird in front can mean many things. In my personal opinion, it means that the first bird in the row, the first row, is going to die. That means Eren. That's why the feathers are falling, because he will die. Usually the feathers are falling when something bad is going on, not because something good is going on, or because Eren, as I told you many months ago, before even season 4 part 2 starting, when I was rewatching part 1, I was after rewatching Lost Girls, after rewatching episode 1, episode 6 of season 1, etc., 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 etc. I told you that Eren, by becoming free, by dying, he can be a bird. The reason why I think that Eren is a bird is because of all the things that I detected, that I found in episode 1, episode 6, Lost Girls, the memory of Mikasa with her father that is hanging a bird from the neck. A spoiler in my opinion, but okay. From all this stuff, and even by reading the lyrics of the ending that I am going to analyzing in the afternoon, so stay tuned and keep on watching me with that too. Over there is written that Eren is turning into a bird. Okay, so these feathers are a way to get in touch with the people he loves the most after. And I already explained you this many months ago. You can go and check out in the previous live streamings because I don't want to repeat this now. But these feathers maybe are the way to get in touch with Eren once Eren in the future will reincarnate into something else. At the beginning, I was thinking it was the butterfly. It was the butterfly or the bird, based on Lost Girls, and based on episode 1 too, because Mikasa is always surrounded by these butterfly. So I was thinking that Eren was about to reincarnate into the butterfly because then he's always surrounding Mikasa. And that's why even in episode 1 of season 1, as much as Lost Girls, you see that Mikasa is surrounded by these butterfly. And I thought something like this. But at this point, I think it's the bird, because even in the ending, you see the bird that is going out of the cage. Okay, going back to what I was saying, there are these 5 birds flying, and the bird in front is losing feathers. That means Eren is going to die. but is anyway is being attached to this world no matter what. And then in the next frame, you see that there is one bird flying, but there are not the gunshots. I mean, there is, how can I explain? There is the shadow of these birds, two birds. One bird, there is this shadow of this bird that is going on top of the roof of a house. But this roof has lots of gunshots, boom, 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 all around. This bird is not touched by it. The shadow of this bird is not touched by these gunshots on the roof, while there is the other bird behind this one that has the shadow of this bird has the gunshot on the neck. Coco, here. If you check this frame, look. I don't know. Let me see if I can create. No, I can't. No, otherwise I would have show you the. Ah, no, but I can somehow. Let's see. Let's see if I can show you what I mean, so you can understand. Okay, just wait a second. That I'm going to find the frame of that moment. Anyway, later we are going to watch the episode, but rewatch the episode, but what I'm telling you now is essential for you to understand what I mean. Okay, I'm going to make the screenshot and then just a second. Okay, one second. No. Okay. Ah, here we go. Okay, just a minute. Okay, here we go. Now I'm going to make you the screenshot and then I'm going to show you what I mean. Just a second. Okay, now I'm going to turn the camera so you can see. Okay, just a second. Can you see this scene? There is this shadow of this bird, and you see the gunshots. Okay, ta, 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 ta. And this shadow is not affected by anything. But this bird here, this other shadow of another bird, there is the gunshot here on the neck. Okay, I hope you understood. Now I'm going back to where I was. Okay. This frame is super important to me because it means that the first shadow that is of that bird that is not attacked by any gunshot on the roof is Mikasa, because she's going to survive. But the other bird, the other shadow of the bird that is behind this bird and has this gunshot here on the neck is Eren, because he will be killed. So this is what I believe. This is what this frame means to me. Then if you have other options, just let me know. Then the next frame is a soldier that is eaten by the Titan, and there is this slow motion like this, horizontally speaking, that is so great. I really liked that. And this is another thing that is happening from season 1. That means the fact that human beings are eaten by Titans. I mean, human beings living in paradise. Then you see Shiganshina that is attacked, and you see these slow motion that as if the camera is going really fast to reach the wall, Maria, to reach that hardening that was made in season 3 part 2 when Eren decided to close the wall, Maria, and then attacking Bertold. But you see that before the camera is reaching this wall Maria, the camera, it's like as if it's passing through a cloud that is gray once again, as if there is this search of a freedom once again. And in fact, this camera, this scene is going through, I mean, he's going to reach the wall Maria. And yeah, even in that case, it's because Eren always wanted to go beyond the walls, always wanted to go to reach freedom. And this was so great too. And then you see another frame. Oh, yes, yes. Let me tell you this, that I'm going to tell you even today afternoon later for the ending. But you see Mikasa and Peak. These are all frames. I'm analyzing the scene after what happened between Zeke and Eren. You see Mikasa and Peak, and Mikasa, if you check, because that's just a stop the frame. I mean, she's not moving, but she is in the same position. I mean, she's like this, the same position of Eren in season 3, part 2, when he's trying to regain the wall Maria because he has to close it. And if you remember, Eren, he is going on top of the wall, flying thanks to the ODM, as much as Mikasa is doing in this frame. And he is in that position, while Eren in that moment was saying, "We are all free." Fantastic. Always this thing that is reconnected to freedom in these frames. Once again, with the birds, with the camera that is going through the cloud and is reaching the wall Maria, with the Mikasa that is having the same posture, I mean, the same position of the body as that moment of Eren saying, "We are all free." Fantastic. This is not a coincidence, in my opinion. And she was looking at Peak because she was confronting Peak in that moment. And then you see the sun that is shining, that is going out from all these dark clouds. Once again, this contrast, darkness versus light, imposition versus freedom, cage versus a bird that is flying to reach the freedom he wants. So this contrast between the sun and dark clouds, and the sun that is emerging, I mean, that is that is coming out from these clouds, makes you understand that the freedom is really soon to be reached. Very great. I really like that. Then you see that scene once again at the camera that is approaching Eren and his head that is cut, but in the same time you see John and Connie before trying to protect him by attacking a Reiner, and then a Reiner that is over there, and you see this first profile frame on a Reiner like that. That was so great. Then you see Gabi, that she is this frame is in that moment in which Gabi shot already, but she was damaging here her yeah, brain here because of the shot itself that was so powerful. And then you reach Eren that is without a head, with all the blood that is spreading like this. That was pretty splatter, yeah. But you see this body without a head. And once again, I tell you this to me is an anticipation of how Eren will die later. I mean, Eren's death will be Mikasa cutting his head because of everything that I saw before because of Lost Girls, because of Mikasa that is looking at her dad, who is an Ackerman, and this Ackerman man is hanging the bird from the neck, and this bird is dead. Because of, Even when Eren in part one is saying to the Sensui, "Do you have Eren any last words to say?" Imada Mikasa. But that Imada Mikasa to me will be Eren's last thoughts before being killed by Mikasa. What's happening actually later? Imada, do it now. Mikasa, only you can do it now. Mikasa, I want to be killed by you, not by somebody else. If it's you, it's okay. If it's somebody else, it's not okay. Okay, this is what I think. But even in this case, you see Eren's body without a head and all the blood like this in this frame that is super amazing. But to me, this is also anticipating how Eren will die next. And Zeke, that frame of Zeke that is like this, like my thumbnail. My thumbnail, that this frame can speak for itself, because even if you don't hear the sound, even if you don't hear the voice of Zeke, you hear it. Even if by looking it, you hear it. And that's pretty amazing. And even in that moment, as much as when Eren was shot by Gabi, even in that case, there are just frames as if time stopped, as if there is this extension, dilatation of time that is telling you everything. That moment is everything. And that makes you understand that it's up to you about how to handle time. I mean, time can be something subjective. Even if we have an objective version of time that is based on hours, minutes, seconds, there is even the subjective time. That means what you feel based on that moment. In fact, even in real life, sometimes we say that, oh, that moment lasted forever. Or, that time when I felt something like this, it was like as if time stopped. Or, when I felt that pain, it was like as if 1 hour, as if 1 minute lasted 1 hour. So as you can see, we have this objective vision of time, but we have also this subjective vision of time. When our feelings are making us feel that time can be extended or reduced based on that specific moment. And in this case, when Eren's head was shot, you have this feeling as if time stops, even if it's impossible time for stopping. But in that moment, our feelings connected with the feelings of the characters, the time stopped. So this was really amazing. Um, then what else? Okay. And then when Zeke is touching Eren's head, and the first thing you see is the one eye of Eren open, and it's not moving. Fantastic. I mean, and Zeke that is taking Eren's head like this, that makes you understand that they made it. Even if Gabi tried to stop him, they made it. I mean, this head was like that, reaching Zeke. This is what luck means. But it was really amazing to see that. Anyway, they made it. So, once again, no matter how much time, no matter how many times you try to change something that is already written, you can't, because it's already written, so it will happen. Fantastic. And now, from that moment, you see the beautiful scenes of all the memories of Eren collected. And when you see the eye blinking like a, first of all, is reconnected with the eye opened that we saw before when Zeke is handling his head that he is not moving. But it's like as if once we get in touch with Eren's memories, Eren is going to regain consciousness. And in fact, Zeke later he says, I was waiting for you, the moment in which you could come back to me. I mean, you could wake up once again, as if these memories are waking him up once again. But first of all, I wanted to say this eye that is blinking is a super amazing. Mappa, thank you so much for your hard work because it seemed real. And look, this eye was better than any other eye I saw before. You know what I mean. Um, but this eye is particular because if you check the eye, you have around the main light, I mean, around the pupils, you see 9 lights. I mean, you see 9 spot of lights that are the 9 titans. And you see the main light, one bigger light in the middle that is the Shiso. That's, I mean, the detail of this eye is super amazing. And it makes you understand that that's Eren's eye, of course. But everything is connected because these 9, and then one light in the middle, the Shiso Titan, and all the 9 Titans around. Wow, super amazing. I really love that. But then I took the notes of all the memories that Eren saw because I went frame by frame. So the first person that Eren sees is Mikasa. Love comes first always. So beautiful, Mikasa. That's a Mikasa of episode 1. Super stunning. Mappa, you created a Mikasa that is so tiny, so beautiful, so kawaii. Super amazing. And in fact, that Mikasa is reflecting the beauty of the world. I mean, that's the beauty of the world that Eren feels. Every time he is looking at Mikasa, he remembers, the world is cruel but still beautiful. That means Mikasa, every time I look at her, I remember why I still love this place that I was born, why I love this world still. It's because of her, because she's the beauty to me. Ah, yes. And the beauty, it's not just an aesthetical beauty, but it's the beauty because she is his family. She is his shelter. She is his home. And every time everything is collapsing, she comes to his mind firstly. So this is I can talk about this forever, but I love the connection that there is between Mikasa and Eren. It's so precious. That type of love, it's not just the love between lovers, it's not just the love between brother and sister, it's not just the love between best friends, it's love, the pure, the absolute vision of love that is even going even beyond all these concepts we have of love. Super amazing. Second memory, after he is every time he is a glimpse, I mean, every time he's blinking the eye, one memory is coming. And that was so great too. This detail that to every blink of an eye, there is a memory. Stunning. Fantastic. The second one, look, I repeat you this. I went frame by frame, and that's why I'm I put the numbers too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, millions. Okay. Number 2, Reiner. The second memory you see is Reiner. So Mikasa stands for love and for beauty of the world. Reiner, immediately after, is betrayal, is um, the cruelty of the world. Because Reiner was such a dear person to Eren because he was inspiring him. He was imitating Reiner. He was always saying that I want to become like you. I mean, Eren was saying to Reiner, I want to become like you. And then, of course, he knows that he was betrayed by him. So, guys, let's try to put ourselves in Eren's position. You want to imitate that person. He is your best friend. He is more or less like a brother because they spent lots of time together, okay? But you see this coin that has two sides. You see Mikasa, that is the beauty, the first memory of his life. And then, sooner after, you see Reiner, the pain he felt while crying. Do you remember in season 2 when he discovered that Reiner and Bertolt were traitors, especially Reiner? That while he was descending Eren and he was going to transform, his tears went up. Oh, this moment was super amazing. But anyway, so the second memory goes to Reiner because the betrayal that he felt, the fact that he discovered that he was a traitor, this is something he will never forget. And it's part of the way he became. Eren is the result of all the memories you see here. Eren is the result of what the cruel world, and also beautiful, caused him. That's it. So the fact that Reiner is number 2 is because, yeah, maybe I would have put Carla. Okay, but this was as if Eren's heart was going out from his body because that pain, that moment in which he understood that he was trusting the enemy and he was feeling so stupid by not realizing this. Oh, that moment was so terrible. But okay, then another time in which there is the blink of an eye and we see Faye. Faye, the aunt or aunt, depends on the pronunciation, the aunt that he couldn't even meet, but it's still there because we all know that he can see even Grisha's memories. So Faye that represents death. So you see Mikasa that represents love. Then we have the second memory that it is Reiner that it became that makes that is representing betrayal. Then you see Faye that represents death. As you can see, Eren, thanks to these memories, is incorporating all the main themes of this cruel but also beautiful world. So this is amazing. This scene, it was one of my favorite ones because it's full of symbols. And I love symbols in stories. Faye is also the starting point of Grisha's story. I mean, the starting point of the mess. And that's why he's on number 3. Because, even if Eren has never met her, but Faye is the starting point of all the problems that are coming later. Number 4. And one more time, there is the glimpse of, there is the eye blinking. Ta-tam. Frida. That means the way to push Grisha back because she refused, the refusal Yes, the refusal. So we have love, betrayal, death, refusal, because she refused to listen to Grisha. She preferred to go on by avoiding the war because she was the royal blood and she couldn't. She had to follow what King Fritz said. So we can't accept that we have to attack the titans that are coming to kill us. Yeah, let's come and kill me. Okay, but from Eren's point of view, this is something crazy. Okay, something that can't admit. Memory number 5. We see Reiner that is going down on his knees because that memory is the memory of season 4, part 1, when Reiner admitted that everything starting from him by breaking the wall Maria, by deciding to keep going on, reaching wall Maria, because Annie and Bertold said, let's go home, guys. It's better if we go back home because we can't do anything. We lost Marcel and we have to go back. But Reiner refused to do so. So it's all because of him that he pushed Bertolt and Annie to go ahead with that project. So Reiner that is going down on his knees and repenting himself and by saying it's all my fault, everything started because of me. That was another memory of Eren in this moment while the eye is blinking. That means repentance. That means saying sorry for his mistake. As you can see, we are adding a word after word after word after word. And you understand that at the end, all these words or all these symbols are creating what Eren is. That means the result, the creature, call it the devil because Akuma no Ko, the monster that the result, the personification of the cruel world. Then number 6, we see Armin in his memories that is running with the book and then he's looking at him smiling. The dream. I mean, it's a thanks to that dream. It's a thanks to Armin. Once again, I want to say this. It's a thanks to Armin who found that book that Eren will be able, even if it's a sad thing to say, but he will be able to reach freedom. That means death. So it's a thanks to Armin that he could discover the world in a different way. It's a thanks to the dream they had together that we reached so far. So, dream. Once again, love, betrayal, death, refusal, resentment, or the way in which you are regretting the dream. Number 7, we see one more time Frida and the Fritz family when they were, of course, saying no to Grisha. And we all know that later Grisha killed them. Okay. Number 8, then I'm making a list of all the memories that I could capture. We see Levi. For an instance, it's so tiny, but by going frame by frame and stopping scene after scene, you can see him. Levi that represents loyalty because it represents all the moments that he spent with Levi, and also not just loyalty, because from season 1 you see that he doesn't speak a word when he's in front of Levi, but also thanks to Levi as a figure, he remembers all the lives that were lost because of what happened even in the forest, where he lost Petra and all the others. So many things that are connected to Levi. The time that they spent together in season 2, the time they spent together in season 3, part 1 at the beginning when we see that Levi is reaching the house and he's telling them what to do. Levi is an important part of Eren too, because of these loyalty, because of this will not to break promises. And in fact, we know that Levi has a promise to keep, and I hope that he will keep it. Then we see, even for a frame, Sasha and Connie with that they are making something stupid together. That means even funny moments, moments in which they had fun all together and they spent time all together. Eren will never forget those two. And there is a Sasha and Connie, because he still knows how painful for Connie was to lose her, and he will never forget that. Because at the same time, he couldn't. I mean, Eren couldn't do anything to change that death. Even if he saw that from the future, he tried his best to do so. And maybe he said, "Look," to himself, "I'm going to Liberio by myself for 3 years, or I'm going to Liberio by myself without including you, because I want to protect you. I want to find a way to change things that are already written." But at the end of the day, he couldn't. So he will always feel guilty because of Sasha's death. I'm pretty sure. And by connecting this scene with Connie is because Connie said that Sasha was his twin. So it's even worse for Eren to remember something like this. But anyway, laughters, having fun, friends. Then we see even Falco in these memories he has. Falco, that in that moment was representing a trust, because Falco was trusting Eren and his words. And Eren was trusting Falco because he knew, he felt that Falco was a good boy, that Falco was the good side of Marley, the good side of that Liberio area. And it was thanks to Falco that Eren realized, Falco and all the people he met in those 3 years that were good, that he realized that there are even good people in Marley and not just bad people. So Falco was a way to see the other side of the world. And also, I want to remark this. I think that Eren has a Falco in his mind because Falco is very, very similar to him. He, even Falco wants to move forward to protect his dear people. Even Falco is ready to sacrifice himself to protect his people. So Falco and Eren are really similar, and that's why even Eren, I think he wants Falco to survive, because it's a great hope for the future in the best way. Not like him, that he is Akuma no Ko. He is the good part of what he also would have liked to become. So definitely, I think that Falco has a great importance, even in Eren's memories, definitely. Then, guys, look, I found this frame that I don't understand. There is in this frame one man that is who is standing, and there are two people like this in front of this man that they are a little bit like this. It was blurred, but I don't understand that scene. Maybe it's something that is a spoiler and it's coming later. I don't know. But there was this man standing, and in front of him there were these two people like this, as if the one was protecting the other one. I don't understand that frame. I don't understand, to be honest. Then there is another memory that there is the colossal. Of course, the starting point of the disaster, the starting point of everything for from Eren's point of view. So the tragedy. Then yes, we see this sauna scene that, as I was telling you yesterday, my husband explained me that in the manga sometimes it happened that Isayama was putting these extra scenes, these strange pages, let's say, and one of these is all these boys, these characters, these boys having a sauna together. Okay, so I don't know why. I don't know why, because this scene was not following the story, but I don't know why Mappa decided to put this scene, just to maybe to have fun or to remember those, or maybe they wanted to praise Isayama. Yeah, it was like a hello Isayama, we are taking care of your manga. um, then after this scene, after this frame, you see a baby boy with big eyes like this. I don't know who that boy is, sincerely. I tried to tell myself, is that Grisha? I don't think so. Is that Eren when he was a baby boy? No, not at all, because even the eyes were different. So I don't know who that baby boy is. But if he is there, it means that maybe they are going to explain us later. Maybe it was something in the past that still has to be understood. Something related to Ymir, something related to Grisha, something related to somebody related to Liberio, the people he Eren met when he was in Liberio in the 3 years. I don't know, but there's this baby boy that I don't understand who he is. But okay, maybe somebody is going to explain me later. And then number 12, Grisha that is screaming, okay? That is like, ah! Do you remember that scene, that frame? Huh. Why is he screaming? This is the thing I'm starting thinking, because um he screaming because he knows that by killing Frida and the Fritz family, or no, because look, in that frame, Grisha already has the glasses. So it's impossible we are referring to something that is happening before reaching Wall Maria. So Grisha is having the glasses, it means that he is already in paradise, but he is screaming. Is he screaming because he feels cursed by killing Frida and the kids, or I mean, the rest of the family? Is he screaming because he knows that he can't handle this mission that it was given to him by Kruger, that Kruger was suggested by Eren? Okay. Um, does he feel guilty? That's why he screams? Maybe. Does he feel that this mission he has is even greater than him, and he feels under pressure? He feels that he can't do it. He feels cursed. He feels, yeah, imposed because, I mean, in season 3, part 2, Grisha didn't want to do anything. Grisha was imposed by Kruger by saying, now you started this story, now you have to find a way to end this story. So Kruger told him, and now you have to go to Wall Maria, you have to go to Paradise, you have to start a new life, you have to find a new wife, you have to find you have to make a new son, you have to make a baby, and start a new life and find a way to end all this. You have to find the Shiso Titan. You have to find the Shiso, the founding power, the power of the founder. You have to end this story. You started, you have to finish it. So Grisha didn't want to do this. And he was even crying because he was not ready to do so. That means Grisha was being imposed by external influences. He was forced to do what he did, and that's why maybe in this memory Grisha is screaming. And as you can see, even in that scene, even in that frame, Grisha's colors surrounding him, it's gray. It's like as if he is stuck in this sort of limbo, in this sort of a place where, yeah, he's stuck over there. He can't move himself from there because that's his condition, and he can't change it anymore because he did it. Of course, he killed Frida. He did what he did to Eren. He feels guilty. Maybe he feels guilty about what he did even to Zika. I hope so. I mean, that would be amazing. And that's why he's screaming, because maybe he understands his mistakes. He understands that he was failing by do so. He understands that he ruined a person's life. That means his son's life. I mean, Grisha is completely out of mind. I mean, he's screaming as if he can't handle it anymore. That the guilt that he feels is even greater than the mission itself. And he can't do it anymore. He can't handle it. But why is he screaming like that? Yeah, I think at this point that he is screaming because everything didn't start from him. He didn't want to do anything like this. He was just following Kruga's words, and he was following Eren's words, because if you wanted to save Mikasa, Armin, and all the others, you have to do this, and this. So he was forced at the end of the day by his son to do what he did. And he did it because he knew that in the previous experience of his life, he made a mistake. So it was a way maybe to redeem himself by listening to what Eren told him through Kruga. Yeah. But the result doesn't change. The result is that he feels guilty for everything he did, for all the choices he made. And he wanted just to die in peace. Even Grisha, I think that he preferred to die instead of doing all this mess. But he was following what Kruga, Eren, Eren Kruger said. Even Eren Kruger is not a coincidence, okay? Okay, let's go ahead. Um, so when I tell you that Grisha is in that limbo, that is not heaven, not hell, is in the middle. It's even worse, okay? Because once you are going to heaven or to hell, you know, you're certain, your destiny is certain. But when you're in the middle, when you are not knowing what's going to happen, it's worse. Let me be honest, because you're stuck over there. Then, number 13, another frame is that this scene of Grisha is moving upside down, and it's revealing this bird that tries to go over the walls, and you already know what does this mean. This means Eren, that is the bird, who is trying to go over the walls as much as episode 1, as much as all the episodes, more or less. That means going out from the cage, being free, etc., etc. And I like the contrasts of colors, because we pass from Grisha's frame that is screaming, and it's pitch gray, I mean, these dark tones of colors. And when it's changing, this bird that is going over the walls has these warm tones of colors. And you all know that warm tones of colors are describing something, yeah, warm, something that is positive, something that is good. Um, then number 14, the key. Okay, the key. That key. That look at the beginning. This key was supposed to be the key for freedom, and it still is actually, because they could discover the truth, and it's even discovering the truth is a sort of a freedom. Yes. But this key that was supposed to be the key for salvation, the key for freedom, the key to go out and finally be ready to live a peaceful life, this key was the key to hell. I mean, the first seasons, keep this key, Eren. Use that key. One day I will give, I mean, go back to the basement and open it. This key was the key of hope, okay? And this key of hope and freedom is transmitting, I mean, is transformed into the key of hell. The key to open the gate of hell and say, welcome to hell. And in fact, Eren in the in the ocean scene, and then even in season 4 part 1 when he's talking to Falco, he's saying, a person has to be ready to face hell and the hell beyond hell, to discover if after this hell there is another hell, and this key was the key of hell. So Grisha, thank you for the key, because that key was the key of hell. I mean, oh, this is crazy. Then there is another moment in which I see a woman. I think that's a Historia, but this Historia is like that. I mean, she's making a sad face, like a. I think that's a Historia. Yeah, after the key. Yeah. Then, guys, I see a black girl. I mean, and these my husband explained me as much as for Armin with the glasses. My husband, yeah, he explained me that it's like the sauna, the sauna frame. I mean, these were two extra visions of Mikasa and Armin that you can find them in the manga, and nothing. I mean, I think that they used these frames to praise Isayama. I mean, I don't think that the Eren we know in the story can think of gothic Mikasa and nerd Armin. But it was maybe a way for Mappa to praise the great work of Isayama, and to put even some extra laughable moments or scenes where, in a moment in which there is nothing to laugh, to be honest. Um, then, then another frame that was so great here is Umi. I mean, the ocean. You see the ocean that represents hope, that represents, look, we are out, look, we can discover the continents, we are free, that is turning upside down. And while this Umi is turning upside down, that already means from good to bad. I mean, we pass from a dream to a nightmare. We pass from good to bad. We pass from heaven or freedom to hell. One more time. By turning this scene upside down, you see a black bird. That means the crow that keeps flying. As I was telling you, the crow means something bad. The crow is, I mean, the crow is a symbol of something negative, not something positive. And you see these crows even in the trailers anticipating this final season, part 2. So this crow maybe is related to Eren. Once again, he's always referred to birds, okay? But this bird, this crow that is black, okay, can be seen maybe as the reflection of what he is becoming. That is becoming Akuma no Ko. That means something negative, something demonic, something bad. And to see this bird flying when the ocean is turning upside down, it means that, yeah, this dream is turning into a nightmare. And not just for him, but for everyone. So in that Umi scene, in that ocean scene, everyone was so happy. Hanji, Levi, Connie, Jan, Mikasa, Armin were so enthusiastic because of this ocean and the fact that they have never seen it before. And that scene was one of the best scenes because you see the beauty of the ocean. You see the beauty of the setting. Everything is seems so perfect. But you know that the ocean can be so beautiful, but also so terrible, so cruel. And in fact, I liked that they used the ocean as a connector between these two worlds. I mean, paradise and the rest of the world, because even the ocean can be so terrible, so cruel, can take your life if it wants. It's so powerful, so strong, but at the same time can be so beautiful. The ocean can be immense. This extension of water that is making you feel calm, but can also destroy your life. So that's another metaphor of the world is cruel, but also so beautiful. And yeah, as I was saying, they were all happy. Look at Mikasa's smile. I still remember that. The Mikasa smile that was undoubtful. Armin, who was so great. In fact, thanks to this scene later, that no, in this case, in the ending, I'm going to talk about it in the ending today, later today, in the afternoon. But this ocean that is turning into a crow, I really loved Mappa's symbolism here because that was so amazing. But this bird, even if it's black, is still going on flying. The Shingeki no Kyojin. I mean, what Eren is. He keeps moving forward. And the crow is black, but immediately after you see that there is the reference with Ymir. And once again, I tell you this, the same thing that I told you 3 months ago, or 2 months ago, in December, anyway, early December. Ymir is always connected to crows. Always. I mean, even in the trailer, you see that there is these Ymir's contexts. I mean, these things connected to Ymir, but there are even the crows. So, and in fact, Ymir, when she appears in these Eren's memories, she is surrounded by darkness. And she is pitch white. I mean, she is white. And you know that when a person is white, it means death. I mean, that person is dead. When you are dying, your face is becoming pale. You're becoming white. So this, once again, this contrast of colors, darkness, she is white surrounded by darkness. But anyway, she's dead too. So this darkness that is consuming her, and this darkness that is englobing her to death. But this darkness comes from that crow. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I think that, yeah, as I was telling you, maybe she was eaten by the crows. Because, like a Faye, when she was eaten by the dogs, even Ymir can be eaten by the crows. I mean, she was killed first, and then she was given to the crows. Go eat her. Maybe. I'm not surprised if it happens because actually Ymir, to become what she became, once again, Ymir became what she became because of the world she was living in. She also was a result of the world she was living in. So I'm not surprised if she was eaten by the crows. I'm not surprised at all. And then, last but not least, after all these huge memories that Eren is seeing by blinking the eyes, you see the tree of paths. I call it a tree because it's a tree, okay? Here in Shingeki, we always talk about trees, so the tree of paths. First of all, congrats, Mappa, because it's so great. Congrats because of the colors. I mean, these sort of paths that reminds me of Aurora. I mean, Aurora, and it's so great. But all these memories that I told you, it's like as if Eren, from the moment we see these things of these memories he has that he collected, that they are not just his memories but also Grisha's memories. It's like as if from where he is now, that means his head is cut and Zeke is holding his head. He could go back through all the memories until he reached Ymir, and that's why he is in front of these tree of paths, because he went back to origins. I mean, it was like being englobed and being taken to origins. So once again, this way to handle time, from present time we go back to origins, we go back to the past, but this process lasted hours, months, in Zeke's opinions, years. It seemed that it was taking years, not 1 minute. Okay, so this extension, once again, that I tell you, of a time that is so realistic and not so impossible to believe. Once again, I repeat you, even in our day life, if something is happening that is making us feeling pain, we always say, that moment, it felt as if it was lasting years. We also say it. So I can understand. And then Eren, that is reaching that place, and Zeke is telling him that this place is reached by the royal family when they are trying to use the Shiso Titan, I mean, the Shiso power. And in fact, connecting with the time that I was telling you, this thing maybe lasted a few seconds, but in Zeke's opinion, it lasted years until Eren woke up. And at this point, I'm wondering if Eren has his head cut. How is it possible that he is still alive? Because, yeah, of course, he's the Shiso Titan, and of course, by being the Shiso Titan, he can maybe be alive, but there has to be a reason why he's still alive, even if he's inside that dimension. But we needed to see when Eren will be out from that dimension, when he will come back, how he will come back. Because I told you already, in my opinion, he will come back in the ultimate form of Ymir. I mean, yeah, in this episode, he was saying, Ymir, give me your power, and he was ignored. But I think that at the end of the day, Ymir will give him this power, and he will be able to transform into this. I call it. I always called it Ymir Ultimate Form, because I don't know how to call it. Okay, I can call it the Ultimate Shiso Titan form, but anyway, it's reconducting to Ymir anyway, so that's why I call it like this. But let's see. I'm really curious to see. And then Zeke. First of all, look, at the beginning, I thought he was like Jesus Christ. I was like, okay. I mean, he was also chained, so, oh, what the F. But, and we are always talking about 2,000 years, so there is this connection with Jesus Christ that, but anyway, Zeke, once again, he is feeling emotional because he thinks that they made it. I mean, we reached it finally, and you see how Zeke is getting emotional in the best way, of course, in his opinion, because he is there with his young brother. So that's what it matters. That's what's great. The satisfaction to see that anyway, no matter the fact that his younger brother has his head cut, but they could meet again. They could make it. They could reach over there together. That for Zeke is the most important thing because the bond is still there. And then Emir arrives. Let me tell you, she is not speaking. She is not saying anything. I mean, she's not even making a move. I mean, you don't hear the noise of her moving. And this is amazing. I like this choice because actually she's dead. And and it seems that she's not even existing over there because even her eyes, they are not visible. I really like this representation of Ymir, and I can't wait. Yes, I know that episode 80, that means 2 weeks after, the episode 80 is called um, From You 2000 Years Ago. So finally, oh, thank you. I was waiting for this moment because I want to see Ymir's background story. I wanted to get in touch with this character. I want to know what happened to her. And I'm ready to stay on her side. I mean, if they are telling me how bullied she was, first of all, even from this episode, when Zeke is saying, Ymir is a slave, she is always respecting the will of the master. I wanted to slap on Zeke's face. Slave? Oh, I already feel bad for her. Let me tell you. But okay, let's go step by step. Anyway, I like her representation. I like the way in which she's walking by not making a noise. This is terrifying if you think about it. She is not talking. She's not doing anything. Even when she's going down on her knees, it's like as if from an external perspective she's anonymous, even if she's not. And in fact, by being judged as a slave, she was like all the others. She didn't mean anything. She was not feeling as if she was special because she was treated as a slave. So can't wait to see her background story to understand her more and more. But yeah, I was like, oh, what the F? She is not talking. She is not saying anything. She is not moving. No, I mean, she's moving, but she's not making any noise. So maybe this is the pure devil. Maybe. Because usually the devil is represented by a female figure. Most of the times, the devil is represented by a woman. I don't know why, or by a black dog, or by crows. So, okay. um, and then Zeke is talking about that soil. Do you remember that I was talking to you about this last time? In I think in the episode one of part two. Well, I don't remember right now, but I was telling you this. And I was at yes in episode one, yes, episode 76. I was talking to you about this sand, this soil. Okay, he is calling it a soil, but to me it's a sand. Okay, and I was telling you in that episode review that to me that the sand represents all the sand. I mean all the ashes of all the aliens who died because of Ymir. And she is using that sand to rebuild in the case she was rebuilding Zeke, I mean, she was remaking Zeke's body, thanks to the ashes of all the people, of all the aliens who died before. This was my idea. But then in this episode, Zeke is telling us that this soil is used, even if he is not saying where does this soil come from, but this soil is used by Ymir to create their Titan's forms. And Zeke is also saying that maybe, for example, while they are scratching in order to become a Titan, for us, it lasts few seconds. But for Ymir to recreate all the times the forms of the Titans, it takes even years, centuries, we don't know. So once again, this time that is extended or compressed, that is really interesting. But this Ymir that is staying over there creating all these things, and look, I still believe that soil is the result of the ashes of all the aliens who died. And in fact, Titans are possible to be created, or they can be transmitted just because aliens, just because of aliens. I mean, aliens only can turn into Titans, not the rest of the world. So that's why I was thinking that sand is the sand made by the ashes of all the people who died, who are aliens. And that's why Ymir is using that ashes to rebuild, like in the case of Zeke, to rebuild aliens, to modify aliens, or like in this case, Zeke said, to create the Titan's forms. Could be possible. But once again, to modify maybe some data, some ways in which aliens are. Do you remember in the season 4, part 1, they were explaining us, even Xava was saying this. I mean, talking to Zeke, they were saying that the ability of Ymir was to be able to modify aliens through time, to let them change, like in the case of that epidemic. During that epidemic that happened 600 years before, aliens were changed, were modified so that they couldn't risk their lives. So that's why even Zeke now and Eren, they wanted to ask their things. I mean, Zeke wants to ask Ymir to modify all the aliens so that they can't have kids anymore. While Eren, no, Eren has another plan. Eren, give me your power. I will start the rumbling. I will destroy the world, and I want aliens to survive only. I think that's Eren's plan. Oh, and then another thing I liked was the representation of the king that is chained. Even if later we discover that those chains are fake, because are made by the same material, I mean, by the same soil. But I liked to see how the king is chained. And if we follow the opening, in the opening they say, all I ever wanted to do was do right things. I never wanted to be a king. I swear. So Eren doesn't want to be the king, like a King Fritz. And of course, he doesn't want to be like a King Fritz, and he doesn't want to enroll the king role. The reason why is because the king always surrendered. I mean, the king decided to stop attacking, to stop defending themselves from the attacks. And this is something Eren can't stand. Eren is the Shingeki no Kyojin, the person who wants to move forward, who wants to reach the goal no matter what, no matter what people say, no matter if they support them or not, no matter if they love them, no matter if they love him or not, etc., etc., etc. So, of course, he doesn't want to be the king because he can't stand this policy to surrender or to accept all the attacks from the external side of the world. And just because they are aliens, they have to pay for everything that happened even 2,000 years before. He can't stand this. And that's why the opening is right. I never wanted to be the king, I swear. And of course, he will never want to be one. And it's pretty coherent. That's why he can't agree with Zeke's plan. Zeke wants that all aliens will pay once for all for being aliens. Zeke wants to exterminate them. And by doing this, it's a way to surrender once again. It's a way to obey. It's a way to lose their own identity. A way to condemn themselves and not being proud of what they are just because of what happened 2,000 years before. So this is something that Eren can't stand. And I agree with him. I don't think that what King Fritz was doing was correct. That means to accept all the attacks. Come on, come here and attack us. We are not going to move a finger. No. If you think that is wrong, you should attack or you should defend yourself. So what Eren is doing is right, in my opinion, because he doesn't stand this. He can't stand this thing. And that's why by seeing Zeke chained, he says, "What are these chains? These chains?" And I laugh when Zeke thinks that Eren cares about him. I mean, he's just saying, "Oh, did you realize about these chains? Thank you for caring about me." No, I mean, Eren was just asking you a question. He didn't care. I mean, he doesn't care about you as much as you care about him, Zeke. So sorry to tell you, but how are you supposed to believe that Eren, by asking you this question, he cares about you? No, he was just asking. It was literal. I mean, what are these chains? Finished. He didn't say, "Oh, are you chained? What's going on?" Okay, if he said something like this, he would have said, "Okay, I care about you." And you could say, "Thank you for caring about me." But he was just saying, "That chains, what are they?" I mean, how can he care about you but just by just this question? I don't know. But no. One thing I wanted to remark this about Eren is that Eren says about Ymir, he says, "Zutto koko ni hitori de." I mean, he was taking more care about Ymir, feeling sad, Samisi, I mean, sad, yeah, that Ymir was spending all the time of her existence over there alone. Cioè, Eren cared more about Ymir than Zeke. Just for the question, what are these chains? But 2 seconds before, she's here alone forever by herself. That means nobody is here together with her. That's sad. So Zeke, I understand that you're blind right now and you think that Eren really cares about you, but the answer was always a big no. Because no matter if you have had the same father, that doesn't necessarily mean that Eren is there to create a bond with you, especially if you have different ideas. No, 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 no. Eren has his family. And you, I'm sorry to say this, you, Zeke, are not part of his family. Just because you have Grisha in common, that doesn't make you become his family member. He already has his family. His family is Carla, Grisha, Mikasa, Armin, and all the others. This is Eren's family. Faye, yes, but there is no other family here. So Zika, for some reason I feel so sorry for you because I understand that you feel bad in the case you realize that he doesn't care about you, and in fact later. But at the same time, you shouldn't be surprised because with Eren, you have never spent time together. With Eren, you were just planning how to exterminate all Eldians. So this is not a way to create a bond with your brother. Not at all. I mean, from my perspective, huh? Um, and Zeke, once again, he's making a mistake because he's saying to Eren, Eren, save the world. Eren doesn't want to save the world. Eren doesn't cares about the world. Eren cares about the only place and the only people he wants to protect. That is Paradise. That is Eldians. Finished, because once for all, Eldians will not be treated bad as before. Eldians, they will emerge every time they were putting underwater. I mean, they were drowning because of the world. And Eldians, they can shine instead of being forced to surrender all the times, to be attacked because they can't defend themselves, etc., etc., etc. So Eren wants Eldians to shine, and who cares about the rest of the world? Then, if this is correct to do or not correct to do, this is something else. We can't say that is correct. We can't say that is good what Eren is doing. But as much as I said all these things for Marcel, all the same things for Colt, all the same things for Zeke, I wanted to say the same things for Eren. When there is the moment to save your family instead of the rest of the world, you prefer to save your family instead of the rest of the world because we are selfish. People who are saying, I wanted to save everybody, that means even the stranger that is may become a criminal. No, no. When you have to choose, you choose your dear people. Always. People who are going to tell me now the contrary, no, guys, you are hypocrite. No, I can't believe it. If they ask you to save the stranger or the love of your life and you have to choose, who do you choose? The stranger? I don't think so. I don't think so. But that's what we are. That's what this is the true nature of human beings. We are selfish, and when we choose, we always choose what's convenient for us. We always choose what we love. We give the priority to our feelings, not to the feelings of others. Is this good? No, maybe it's not, but that's what we are. And we can't change the true nature of what we are. And Eren is starting playing with Zeke. I was waiting for this moment because I told you even 2 months or 3 months ago that Eren doesn't stand Zeke. That Eren was just using Zeke to reach Ymir. I told you, I think 3 months ago. Yeah. I was expecting this for real. And in fact, during the reaction, I was, yeah. I mean, I was exhausted. I mean, I was happy because I was right. I mean, I got it right. I mean, I was not happy because he was saying, Zeke, I don't care about you or I used you. No. But I was happy to see that I was right. And yeah, now Eren was revealing that he was playing with Zeke. But to me, it was pretty obvious because they have two different ideas. If Eren agreed with Zeke's plan, how was it possible that he wanted to save Mikasa, Armin, and all the others? It's incoherent. As much as I agree with Armin when he says that Eren is not the type of person that wants to create the impossibility to have kids. No. Because Eren was the first one who decided to join Chosa Hedan when he was a boy to try to change things, to try to find a solution, to discover the world, to find answers. So Eren thinks that the new generations are a key to find answers, to find a way to go ahead, to find a solution to change the world for better. So if he agreed with Zeke and they couldn't have had kids anymore, the world was falling into pieces because there was not a way to change. Everything was stopped over there with those beliefs, with those stories finished. No, kids and the new generations are the hope for the future, are a way to still hope that there is a way to change. And if you erase that, the world will go on just with the same prejudices, with the same concerns, with the same impositions, and it will be totally wrong. Because even if aliens will be exterminated, I mean, they will not be there anymore, Marley will keep saying in their historical books, that day the aliens will were perishing, and that was great because many centuries and thousands of years before they created the problems, blah 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 blah. Even if the aliens are not there anymore, the Marlians or the rest of the world, they keep spreading bad things about aliens, even remembering them. So there is no change. That's why I think that, yeah, Eren still believes in the new generations. So it was impossible for him to trust Zeke's plan. Even because, also because it's regarding aliens, the people Eren wants to save. So it was totally incoherent from the beginning to me. But when I saw that he was tricking Zeke, okay, Eren, badass. Oh my. And then the desperation of Zeke when he realizes that he was tricked. But let me tell you once again, when he threw that baseball ball, he started thinking that Eren was planning something. And then Zeke is saying, "No, what are you doing? I was thinking something like this, but if you do something like this, the loop will never end." No. If you don't have hope, of course it will never end that loop. If you don't do anything to change, it will never happen. Look at the Sasha's dad. Sasha's dad has the key. He is an alien. He lives in paradise and he has kids. Why? These kids one day they will become adults and they can have other kids, and this thing that Sasha's dad was teaching them about the forest, not to go inside the forest because of adults, etc., etc. They can't transmit it to others, to new generations, and this is something good. So Zeke, why do you want to interrupt this? This is not a loop. This is not a guarantee. Just because it happened so far, that doesn't mean that you can't change it. That's why it's a mistake. But anyway, the desperation of Zeke Ah, sorry, Zika. You cared about your little brother, but your brother didn't care about you, to be honest. So, and then, yes, 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 yes. Eren that is answering to Zeke's question. Why, Eren? Tell me why do you keep want to do something like this? Because I was born in this world. Fantastic. Look, during the reaction, I can't stand. Okay, I mean, I can't stand up and clap my hands as a standing ovation, but I would have liked to have a standing ovation on Eren when he said something like this. Yes. Why? And I told you already before. Why did he do something like this? Because Eren is the result of the cruel world. He is the consequence of how the cruel world behaved with him. It's how he was contaminated thoughts, beliefs, way of reacting, and many things like this by the cruel world. Eren is avenging, I mean, he's taking his personal revenge since the beginning because in this cruel world, this is how it works. If you do something bad to me, don't believe that I'm going to stay like this and say, thank you so much for what you did. No, in this world, it works like this. That means that if you do something bad to me, I will respond in the worst way too. Because it's a way to defend myself, because it's a way to defend the people I love and I care, because I find it unfair what you did to me, so I respond the same. I mean, it's a consequence. And Eren has, since season 1, episode 2, he has already told us what he wants to do. He wants to destroy all the Titans. All the Titans, including himself too. I mean, he's not incoherent that he says, look, I'm going to exterminate, I mean, I'm going to destroy all the Titans except for the Shingeki no Kyojin. No, he didn't say something like this. He said all the Titans. That means all the 9 Titans, including himself. The Ymir, I mean, the Shiso Titan, because he will be killed. I mean, Eren is not presumptuous that he says, look, I'm going to survive. No, he knows that he will die. At this point, he knows it since the beginning. Well, okay. And he wants also to be able to release the rumbling, these colossal titans that are confined into these walls, and destroy these walls, destroy the colossal titans, so all the titans will be over. So his mission is coherent. And we know this mission since the beginning. So I don't understand why people are going against Eren, actually, because we all know what he wants to do since the beginning. So when he says, because I was born in this world, as an answer to Zeke, yeah, he was born into a cruel world. A world that doesn't give you the chance to change things. A world that is full of a vengeance because everyone wants to get his or her own revenge. A selfish world when your feelings are better than others. Your feelings matter. The other people's feelings don't mind as much as yours. An unfair world. A world full of injustice. This is the world of Shingeki no Kyojin. So he, by being a part of this world, he can't go against his principles. He can't go against what he is, where against what he is by being born in that world. So he can't betray himself just because it's right for others. No, he has to follow what this cruel world told him to do. And by doing this, and by killing himself, by doing this, by sacrificing himself, it will be a way to kill this Akuma no Ko. Cioè, by killing himself, he will kill also this personification of the cruel world. And then give me your power, Emir. And Eren is ignored. I mean, I was like, what? I was expecting this sentence, but I mean, we saw it even from the trailer, I guess. But at that time, I thought, okay, she is going to give the power, finished. He is going to boom, to transform, and that's it. But no. And then Zeke, I hope that you were understanding. You were influenced by your father. Listen, if you follow Shingeki no Kyojin, you know that it's the contrary. I hope you understand this. I mean, Zeke thinks that Eren was influenced by Grisha when it's the contrary. I mean, season 3, part 2. If you wanted to save Mika's Armin and all the others, blah, 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 blah. Who told that thing, in your opinion? In my opinion, Eren. Eren Yeager, not Eren Kruger. So, who forced the who forced the Grisha to do all the things that he did? Do you think it was Grisha to being forced? Forcing himself to do these things? Come on, Grisha didn't even want to become a Shingeki. Grisha was crying. Grisha was desperate, and he kept saying, I don't want to do this. I can't do this. So Grisha was forced. Grisha didn't force. Even if it seems so, yes, it seems so, because he was brainwashing Zeke. He was trying to transform Eren into a Titan. He was asking Eren to hold that key with all the truth, etc., etc., etc. Yes. But we have to go back to the moment of season 3, part 2, where Eren was still not there. Eren still had to be born. But at the same time, Eren was still there. I mean, he was already there through Kruger. And he was telling his father what to do. Even if it was just a if you wanted to save Mika's Armin and all the others, that if, it was not, okay, if you wanted to do it, do it. Otherwise, don't do it. No, that if is, oh, no matter what, you will do it. It was like a command. It was not like, oh, okay, if you want to do it, do it. Otherwise, who cares? No. So Zeke, when he says, you were forced by your father, you are indoctrinated by your father. No. Zeke, no. I mean, okay. Maybe Zeke thinks that Eren was forced to think something like this because he was living with Grisha and because he joined the Chosahedan and then he reached the ocean. And then he discovered that thanks to the key, thanks to the basement, his story, because Grisha wrote those books. And you know that when people write books, it's everything from their perspective. So maybe Zeke thinks that by reading those books, Eren could have been indoctrinated by Grisha, by his story, and he was brainwashed too. Okay, okay, okay. It could be. Okay, it's possible. I'm not saying the contrary, but I'm telling you, season 3, part 2, at the ending of it, we have Eren Yeager through Eren Kruger that is commanding Grisha to save Mikasa, Armin, and all the others. That was Eren talking to his father, not the contrary. I mean, Eren forced Grisha to do everything that happened after, thanks to that sentence. So, to me, what Zik is saying is okay, it could be partially true, yeah, but also not, to be honest. And then Zeke explains that while he is waiting, that he stands up, I mean, he wakes up, he was learning throughout these immense time that it was like years. And then also that the founding titan can create those chains from the soil. I mean, the founder who has that power can create these chains out of nowhere. But I mean that, yes, thanks to Ymir and thanks to the power that she has. But the interesting thing is that as much as these chains are fake, even the story can be fake. I mean, do you remember? I told you many times, Grisha was so self confident about the story he wanted to transmit to others because he was convinced, or Marlians were convinced that everything that they have read it was true. Paradis, they were convinced without even knowing that their memories were erased by King Fritz, but they were convinced that they were the victims. Okay, maybe we, not maybe, without maybe, but we can understand that as much as Ymir, thanks to the founder power, can create a fake chains, even the story or one of the sides of the story can be fake, can be written not because it was not be because it was happening, but because it has to be transmitted like this. So this is really interesting too. Um, uh, and then Zeke is explaining that he is not indoctrinated by the Fritz ideology, that he could stand in front of Ymir, and he came over there with this non-imposition. So that's why, by not being involved in this, he could act as if he was not following um, these promise, this way to swear the fact that they are not going to war no matter what. And so he can go against all this. But when he said that Ymir is a slave of the master and she can do whatever he wants because he is the royal, but he has the royal blood, so of course he can command Ymir at this point. And in fact, he, thanks to this command, he could reach the founder titan power. I mean, he could reach the same power Heren should have, but let me tell you honestly, I don't think so. I mean, even if he thinks that by asking Ymir to have this power, he can gain it because he has the royal blood and because Ymir was a slave. We still have to understand what this means. Huh? I mean, we still have to understand why Ymir is a sort of a slave to the master. I hope they will explain us this because this is interesting. Why she is under the King Fritz? Is it because she was a common person while the King Fritz was a King Fritz? Was it because she was working for King Fritz and that's why she was considered as a slave of him? Was it because she was such a poor girl that she was becoming the slave of King Fritz? Because I don't find it surprising, to be honest. But we have to understand why she has this role of a slave. This is really important. Um, um, and by doing this, we see this back and forth of Eren that is trying to trick Zeke, and Zeke that is trying to trick Eren by chain him. I mean, he is putting him in chains. I mean, he is stopping him with the chains. At this point, I think they are real. Otherwise, even Eren can do something like this, and he can release himself. So I think those chains are real instead. But I think Zeke is too self-confident. I mean, Zeke thinks Zeke thinks that Grisha was controlling Eren, while I think that is the contrary, and I already explained you why. Zeke thinks that he gained the founding or founder power, but I don't think so. I don't think so. Also, because Xava told him, you can't start anything. You are just a tool because the only one who can start everything is the founding titan. And look, Eren has the founding titan, not him. So no matter if he has the royal blood, and no matter if he thinks that he can command Ymir because Ymir is the slave of a master, blah blah blah. Oh, I still don't believe so. I still don't believe so. No, no. And let me tell you another thing. Even Zeke is revealing, as much as Eren did, that he was using Eren to reach that point. I mean, to be able to reach Ymir, to ask Ymir to gain the power because he has the royal blood. So, Zeke, let me ask you a question. Is this real love? Is this love a real bond that you have with Eren? Or you're just using him as much as he is using you? So, what is this concept of a real love? I don't understand. The way in which you cried for Eren, the way in which you keep saying that I don't want to abandon you. I wanted to save you. I wanted to do this together. Blah blah blah. Yeah, but anyway, you're using your brother for your purpose. So I don't think this is real love anyway. But okay. And then it's not your fault, Eren. Of course, he's putting him into chains so he can't be free. I mean, he can't release himself and he can't start the rumbling for his purpose, for Eren's purpose, of course. But when he says, it's not your fault, you were indoctrinated by your father. Okay. Look, I still have this idea. I don't change my mind. No. I mean, yes, he was transformed into Titan by Grisha. Yes, he was demanded to come back to the basement to read the books, blah 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 blah. Yes, but at the same time, he from the future asked his father to start everything to reach the moment in which he could save Mikasa, Armin, and all the others. And this is not a way in which Eren can be tricked by Grisha. At this point, it's the contrary. Okay? This is what I believe. Let's see. Let's see. I can't wait to check. But Zeke says, we are all victims of this disgusting father. Oh, I repeat you, the way in which Grisha behaved with Zeke is simply disgusting. Okay, so I agree with Zeke when he says something like this, but at the same time, um, Grisha didn't behave the same way with Eren. I mean, even if Grisha transformed Eren into a Titan, and this is disgusting. I mean, parents shouldn't do things like this. But there is a great difference between Grisha behaving with Zeke and Grisha behaving with Eren. Two different things. If I have to condemn one Grisha, 100%, I would condemn Grisha with Eren, with Zeke, because in that moment, Grisha was the devil, and he didn't deserve to be a Zeke's father, definitely. So I don't know, but I was always hoping in the paradise life that he had that he could say to himself, look, now I have Eren, now I have another son. How bad I was with Zeke. If I could only meet Zeke again. I mean, I hoped in previous seasons that he was thinking something like this, or that he had a flash in which he could feel something like this, especially after season 3, part 2, that we know his background story. But yeah, no, look, no, wait. No, I'm saying something stupid. No. In season 3, part 2, when he is on top of the walls with Kruga, Grisha is saying, I was a terrible father. At least he said it. Yes, now I remember. No, Grisha said that I was a terrible father at that time too. So, okay, no. In this case, Zeke doesn't know that Grisha said at that time, I was a terrible father and husband. He doesn't know. But maybe Eren, through the memories of Grisha, can say to Zeke this. But yeah, Grisha already said, I am a terrible father. I was a terrible father. He said it in season 3, part 2. So, okay. And then he says, I had another father. I mean, Zeke is saying, I had another father, Xava, that saved me. Yes, Xava cared about you somehow, but don't forget that Xava told you to denounce your parents. So you could have stayed next to him. So it's another form of selfishness too, from my perspective. Because even if he wanted to save him anyway, Xava too was thinking about his feelings. And by having Zeke next to him, who was like a son to him, he preferred to save Zeke instead of Zeke's parents. That's another form of selfishness, okay? And Zeke says, now I want to save you, Eren. As much as he said in season 3, part 2, when he was meeting him for the first time directly. You can't save Eren, Zeke. You can't save him because he has already chosen his path. He is the Shingeki no Kyojin. You can't. You know that you can't. I mean, I hope that he knows that he can't. And then he says, Zeke says to Eren, I will fix you thanks to the power of the Shiso. I mean, he wants to modify Eren. Is this love? Nah. He wants to protect Eren? Yes, in his own ideals, but I don't like it. But come on. And then, oh, look. The way that makes me understand that Eren has the control of everything is when he's saying, when he's replying to Zeke, Murida, Mudada. I mean, in that moment when Zeke is saying, I'm going to fix you thanks to the Shiso, he says, it's useless. It's impossible. Oh, in that moment, you see how badass Eren is and how he is so sure. And if Eren is sure, it means that he is controlling everything. That once again, Zeke is tricked. There is this back and forth. Eren tricking Zeke. Zeke that believes that he's tricking Eren, but actually Eren is tricking him. This this is amazing. But from that answer, you understand that Eren is controlling him and not the contrary. And let me tell you, this sentence as a badass, I really loved it. Oh, no matter the stand, no matter if I stand on Eren's side or not, listen, I like villains. I like badass characters. No, Eren is not a villain in my opinion, but I like these characters who have such a strong personality that they are ready to go forward to make the impossible turn into possible. This is so great. So does Eren have another plan? Because at this point, when he says it's useless, it's impossible, does this mean that he can control everything and that actually Zeke was tricked twice? Can't wait. Let's see. Zeke, I will save the world together with you. Boom. And they match and the episode is finished. Zeke... no, you will not save the world, okay? No. 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 This time, aliens will shine. This is the time in which, after 2,000 years, where aliens were tortured, massacred, killed, demolished, exterminated, attacked, from the world. Now it's time to turn everything upside down. Now it's time that the world is destroyed and aliens are going to survive. After 2,000 years, we have these. I have this feeling. And let me tell you, why do I think that Eren has these? Look, I wrote it here. Why do I think that Eren wants to survive? Why do I think that Eren wants to save aliens instead of the rest of the world? And he wants to let them survive instead of him because he is not going to survive, of course. He has a time limit, so it's impossible anyway. Why does he want, in my opinion, to save Paradise only? That means aliens. And that means that this is Eren's will, is because season 3, part 2, episode 1, when he is trying to regain Shiganshina, and he is using the ODM, and he is flying before starting to fly up like this in that beautiful scene. Eren is saying something important. I wrote it down. He's saying, because we, aliens living in Paradise, because we have all been special since the day we were born. We are all free. So, even from this sentence, you understand that it's against Zeke's plan. Because we have all been special since the day we were born. If Zeke doesn't want other aliens to be born, it's already anti. It's okay. It's already against Zeke's plan. And here we are, season 3, part 2, episode 1. Because we have all been special. He can't save the world by killing them because he still thinks that they are special and they all have to be free. And they are special since the day they were born. So, Zeke, your plan will not be effective. I mean, it will not happen. Whoa, I talked for hours. No, I was telling you. But now, really quick, really quick, without stopping, I will rewatch the episode as I promised you. So, wait a second that I'm going to find it. Amazon Prime Video. Yeah, because in Japan, on Amazon Prime, you have Shingeki no Kyojin. I know that in the rest of the world, it's just on Crunchyroll, but not in Nihon. I mean, not in Japan. In Japan, you have it even in, how can I say, even on Netflix. Wait a second. Okay. Here we go. Let me open it. Ta-ta. Shingeki no Kyojin. Okay, here we go. Okay. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Yeah. Ta-ta. Rumbling, it's coming, rumbling, rumbling, beware. Okay, now I'm rewatching the episode. Coming for you. All I ever wanted to do was do right things. I never wanted to be the king, I swear. All I ever wanted to do was save your life. I never wanted to grab a knife, I swear. Tearless, fearless, burning, burning. You tell me what have I missed? Still wandering in the deep mist. If I lose it all, slip and fall, I will never look away. If I lose it all, lose it all, lose it all. If I lose it all outside a wall, live to die another day. I don't want anything, I'm just here to beware. Even if I think that it says it break free, but it's okay. Okay. Anito Ototo. Hey, Yelena. But this music is amazing too, let me tell you. Well choice, nice choice. Ah. Even Piki's tired of vlog. Mikasa, we love you. Yeah.
指令の言う通りだ。マーレ兵と正面から戦ってる場合じゃない。敵の背後に回り込もう。
地面に落ちて撃たれた
Yeah.
のか。起きろポルコ。力を振り絞れ。ガリアード。すまない。涙すまない。お前は本当は戦士に選ばれるはずじゃなかったのに。俺がお前を持ち上げたり弟を貶めたりして軍に印象操作したんだ。俺は弟を守りたかった。なんとです生きていたかジーフ。
Yeah.
巨人たちを
Yeah.
呼ぶ。待て。待ってくれ。
Ah. Ah. What are my
あんたの
tissues
赤
here?
血液を口にしてしまったんだ。叫ばないでくれ。ジークさん。なんだと。知ってるだろ。俺は家族を楽園送りにさせないために獣の継承権を得た。兄さん話せよ。正直あんたが裏切る前から何を考えてるのか俺にはちっとも。
兄さん話せよ。だから逃げるよ。
子供を巻き込んで平気な人ではなかったはずだ。あんたにこのまま黙って死ねというつもりはない。ファルコが叫びの範囲から出るまで待ってほしいんだ。その後で好きなだけ殺し合ってくれ。マーレ人もエルディア人も好きなだけ殺せばいい。でも弟は巻き込まないでくれ。ファルコ、早く乗って。黒中身。コルト。弟を思う気持ちはよくわかる。
That is not corresponded.
ジークさん。だから残念だ。
Now look. But this was a terrifying, man.
兄ちゃんがついてるからな。
Oh. The silence, okay, of that moment.
おい、対巨人砲を持って。
Da, da, da. That day, the terror of being oppressed by them. Ah, fantastic.
ファルコ。
Yeah.
ファル
How many times will we cry for this season? I don't know. Look, I already cried in this episode, so.
2体の相手は無理だ。エレンが逃げられる。ファルコに解釈を。俺が
Exactly what I told you before. It's me that I have to kill Falco. Deja vu, proprio. Marco, where are you?
エレン。ファルコ。俺の同じよ。
Look at Eren. I mean, poor Reiner in that moment. Look, he had to protect himself from Falco, and then Eren was kicking him.
確実に。ひとまず危機は去った。さあ、誰か
Down, down,
みんな死んだのか
down, 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 down,
子孫のみ。
down, down.
お前に
Ah, look at Eren's face. That means I'm going to transform and kill you.
少し遅かった。撃ち落とせ。
There's always Armin coming. I mean, ah, Mikasa.
あなたたちは終わったの。
Ma, pick. You're against an Ackerman. I think that.
もうエレンが子孫の力は使えない。
Da-na,
私は務めを果たした。
da-na, da-na,
任せてもいいよな。
da-na,
あとはこいつがを解くだけで
da-na.
俺は終わる。
Na, 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 na.
呪いを引き継ぐのはファルコだ。
And he already closed his eyes. That means I'm ready to go. But not yet. Mamma mia.
体を治す力も使い果たしちまった。だがただじゃくたばらねえ。兄貴の記憶を見たぞ。軍を騙してる。
Sorry, I didn't tell you one thing. Just one thing. When Porco now he's walking before dying, and he has the wings of freedom, the symbol of Chosa Hedan. Even this one, I mean, even this thing, it was not a coincidence. No. He's reaching now his freedom.
俺を守るために。待て。ダメだ。ポリガー。
Oh,
これではっきりしてやが最後まで俺の方が上だって。
if you remember, Gabi, did she love Porco? I think so. I mean, she was admiring Porco. Mamma mia, raga. Oh.
ピークちゃんの前
Yes, yes.
あと少しだ。
Ah, the mess, the mess. Ma, bellissimo. Even fantastic. I know when Eren will die, I will cry hard, okay? I mean, I think for 20 minutes, I will cry hard. Ah.
まずはエレン。俺の話に応じてここまで来てくれてありがとう。 俺の考えはイエレナから聞いた通り、エルディア人安楽死計画に賛同してくれるのか。4年前、あることをきっかけに親父の記憶が開いた。親父が壁の王家一家を皆殺しにした時の記憶だ。まだ小さな子供たちを虫みたいに潰して回った。感触も残っている。その子たちが生きていれば、始祖の巨人は王家の手に渡り、不戦のちぎりに縛られたまま、俺たち壁内人類は心中を迫られただろう。子供たちの死が俺たちを生かした。
Oh, sorry, but here when Eren is saying, look, these kids, it was better that they died, even if it's wrong, but it was better that they died because we could live forward, okay? As if he likes this thing. I mean, as if he likes the fact that it was good that Grisha did this. But once again, I tell you, Eren commended Grisha since the beginning, before even being alive, okay, being born. You have to remember the last episodes of season 3, part 2. Finished. Nothing else to say from my perspective. Maybe I'm wrong, Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, of course you were wrong too, Eren.
これから俺たちの計画に巻き込まれて死ぬことはなかった。この世に生まれないこと。
You are a great actor, Eren. I love how great you act. You know how to do this. Pretty badass as always.
その日を迎えるまで進み続ける。
Exactly. Yes. Yes. I'm drinking.
その通りだ。やろう。固い握手でも交わしているところだが、まあ、今俺たちが接触するのはまずいよな。
やろうやろう。
代わりにこれを受け取ってくれ。
Yeah, sure.
必ずみんなを救って。
Oh yes, we will save everyone. Believe it. Yes.
落としちまった。
Oops. Oh, see a Zeke already. Here we go. I already analyzed all these frames over here, so you can go back. Sorry for 4 hours and 30 minutes. I'm so sorry, guys, but I had to say it. I mean, I had to speak everything that I felt. Yeah. This scene, I think, is one of the best scenes we saw so far. But definitely.
すべての道が交わる座標だと思う。おそらく始祖を継承した王家はここに来たんだろう。始祖の力を行使する際に。兄さん、待ちくたびれたぞ。
兄さん。
お前が回復し、目を覚ますまで何年もここにいたような気がする。何年も経ったのか。よくわからないが、ここでの全ては一瞬の出来事だ。お前の首はガビに吹っ飛ばされたが、完全に事切れる前に俺と接触を果たした。成功したんだよ。俺たちは始祖の力を 手に入れた。誰かいる？心配ない。それは始祖ユミルだ。始祖ユミルだとなぜわかる？始祖ユミルさん以外にこんなところをブラブラ歩いている人
Oh,
が
that's so beautiful when she's walking in the middle
何より始祖は
of the tree.
一度この土で俺の半身を修復し
Fantastic.
俺を生き返らせた。始祖はここで巨人を作っているのだろう。俺たちが巨人の力を欲するたびに果てしない時間を費やして
See, while she is walking,
ずっと
no noise.
ここに一人で。
Yes!
エレン、始祖ユミルに命じるんだ。俺たちの夢を叶える時が来た。その鎖は今気づいたのか、この鎖に。まあ心配してくれてありがとう。
Ma no! I mean,
これは
okay.
俺の自由を
心配してくれてありがとう。No!
不戦の地に。やはりここで自由に動けるのはお前だけだ。お前だけが始祖ユミルに命じることができる。俺と草葉さんとお前の夢だ。頼む、世界を救ってくれ。エレン、始祖にこう伝えるんだ。すべてのエルディア人を今後永久に
No.
作れない体にしろと。
No!
連合軍を潰すのはその後でいい。すべてのエルディア人を安楽死させる。こんなふざけた計画、俺は到底受け入れられない。悪いが兄さん、俺はここに来るためにあんたに話を合わせていただけだ。
I love it. Oh, come on. But Zeke, he's the Shingeki no Kyojin. How is it possible that he does the things you want? It's impossible.
この先のこの試合は終わらない。俺たちが繰り返してきたことがずっと続く。
Now he seems Armin. Now he seems. No, wait. I have to say this. This seems like Armin when he cried for Yelena. That means a fake crying, I guess.
俺がこの世に生まれたからだ。
Yes.
始祖ユミル、俺に力を貸してくれ。
And now Ymir. Ta, 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 ta.
やっぱりかよ、エレン。お前だけは分かってくれると信じたかった。これもあの父親に洗脳されたせいなのか。
Ah.
これはどういう
Well, I feel sorry for Ymir in this
お前
moment.
が目を覚ますまでの長い時間で
The fact that she has to go down on her knees in front of Zeke, I totally dislike it.
こんな土くれの鎖でも
Now look at you, see.
俺が求めればな。
Oh, Mama.
俺は歴代の壁の王と違い、
Mm.
初代王の思想に染まらぬままここに到達した。そして
Even this music is great, huh?
始祖と共に過ごす中で不戦のちぎりを無力化していくことに成功した。絶大な力を持つ始祖ユミルだが、
Now it makes me laugh because later Eren is going to reply.
王家の血を引く者を自分の主人だと思い込み服従し続ける。始祖の力は俺が手にした。バカ。 お前は鍵に過ぎなかった。
Impossible. Now, here, oh, now hear the tone of the voice of Eren when he is replying now, eh? Listen.
俺の本音を聞くまで待っていてよかった。お前は悪くない。俺たちは最悪の父親に生み出されてしまった哀れな被害者だ。しかし俺には助けてくれる別の父親がいた。 お前にも誰か助けてくれる人が必要だったんだ。俺は決してお前を見捨てはしない。俺が始祖の力でお前を治してやる。やめろ、無駄だ。
Oh, yamero, mudada. It means, oh, I tricked you already, even before you imagined. It's all because of me. I control you. I let you think things, and now that he's saying, yamero, mudada. Oh, it's useless. Eren psycho.
世界を救う時はお前と一緒だ。
To be continued. No. Okay, guys. I rewatched even the episode. Sorry, because it's already. Oh my. Okay, let me just read the comments really quick. Buonasera, buonasera. Hello, Stefan. I love that moment of Yelena. Yes, that was a great scene. Yelena with her arms wide open is one of the best moments of this last arc. Okay, that's really nice. It's exactly the same in the manga. This scene. Yeah. When I was telling you, if in the manga there is this. Strength, the power to convey the message. Great, thank you, Colino. Hi, Andrew. Thank you. Yes, Yelena loves chaos. We understood that. Yeah, Yelena is taking the fandom to another level. Yeah. Let's fight for the chaos. No, I'm joking. Yelena shows us the bad side of humans that people try to hide. That's true. Totally true. Greetings from Guatemala. Hola. Muchas gracias. Gomen nasai. Okay, gomen nasai. No, I don't know why, but gomen nasai. Glad you noticed that. Thank you, Daniela Moreira. Thank you. I don't know because I was talking in the meantime. He wanted to make sure that his friends didn't drink the wine. Well, that's what I think. He what? He who? He wanted to make sure that his friends didn't drink. Maybe Reiner. Maybe. Yeah, it had to be slow motion. Yes, the slow motion ruled here. Hello, Maxime. Hello. Ciao, System Fusa. Ciao. The world is cruel, but I still love you. Yeah, exactly. The ending will be traumatizing. Yeah, I'm ready to cry till the end of time. That's not something unusual here. I do not expect a happy ending from this anime. No, in fact, there will not be a happy ending. Did you read the manga? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I wanted to tell you S. S like Shingeki no Kyojin, okay? S. Demon Slayer or Attack on Titan? Shingeki no Kyojin. Of course. What kind of question is this? No, Shingeki no Kyojin. Do you think that I'm staying 4 hours and 41 minutes for just one episode? For me preferring Demon Slayer instead? No, Shingeki no Kyojin for life. Okay, guys, thank you so much for the support. This was a huge live streaming, 4 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for supporting me. And see you this afternoon with, here in Japan, afternoon here in Japan, 4 p.m. more or less. I'm going to discuss together with you the extended version of Akuma no Ko. This video the extended version of the song that came out with visuals, with the scenes plus lyrics. Thank you so much for the support. Bye, guys. See you next time. See you later. Bye. Bye. Thank you. Bye.